Okay guys, I should be live. You probably can hear me and see me now. Today we're gonna watch a tournament. There has not been too much Soulstorm content on this channel lately. I know many of you are here mostly for this game, so why not watch some nice 1v1 games from time to time, including replays of mine. This is a tournament I played back in 2016 in summer. It was organized by JGHAMO. Okay. Everything should be fine. So let's get started with the games. Sorry for the waiting, by the way. Took me a while to organize the replays so that we would not have any spoilers visible here in the playback folder. In the round of 8, we had 8 players in the winners bracket. Then there's also a loser bracket in which we will play best of ones. The ones who will lose in the winners bracket will still have the opportunity to play in the loser bracket on the tournament. So we'll also see the games from that bracket as well. I think 2 or 3 games are missing, so not the entire tournament will be covered, sadly, but over 90% of the games. So this will be a very long stream, I assume. Yeah, could go well into 8-9 hours. It depends how long the games will be. Well, in the upper side of the map on Fata Morga we have SWS Warkl, very old orc player, playing versus Sugar. I don't know how to spell this guy's nickname, so I will apologize for that in advance and just call him Sugar. He's got 2 mandrakes here, plays Dark Eldar. And opened with Hall of Blood, Generator and Homunculus Laboratory. That's very expensive. You basically rush into that Homunculus and maybe add warriors. Try to deal as much damage as possible early on in tier 1.5. That's what that build is about. A big mech out here for Warkl. He's got 2 squads of Slugger boys. Big mech is out, and Shooter boys here going towards the Dark Eldar's base. He will not let Dark Eldar just chill and mass up that upgraded tier 1.5 army so easily. It's very powerful. You have to either play super defensively against this Dark Eldar build or very aggressively early game. Looks like Warkl wants to mess things up here for Dark Eldar, and he goes aggressively with raw tier 1 units into his base. In the meantime, builds a war banner, took the relic. By the way, I am not following the chat. I hope everything is fine. I will open it now. It took me about 1 hour to organize the replays, so I had to postpone it a bit. Hello again, everyone. The chat is now opened. Here the big mech would lose against the Archon, has to be very careful. Warps into the Dark Eldar's base now. That was a risky move. Now he has to take down a generator. Or this was a waste, and he finds the generator here. Sugar only now gets out a squad of warriors at the 4th minute almost, very late. Cannot defend this generator. Warkl in the meantime does not control his squad of slugger boys and loses it to those mandrakes with upgraded poisoned blades. Very high damage from those. And I think they also affect the ranged weapons. Still, Warkl's squad of slugger boys survives. He's got another one alive in here. Well, taking down that generator was not bad at all. He lost a few slugger boys in advance, but it was very good. Got another squad of shooter boys here defending. Pile of guns is up. And decent economy for Dark Eldar, only 74 to 0 economy. That's painful. Can't really afford to lose in the fights. Casts the stun on the big mech, kills quite a lot of shooter boys on the squad. Still wouldn't be able to fight under the LP2 here and the pile of guns, and is forced to retreat. Another squad of warriors comes out here from the Hall of Blood. Sugar is trying to play safe now. With this low economy again, he cannot afford to lose. Dark Eldar stuff is very expensive, so when he goes into attack, he has to be very careful on how he micros and how he manages the squads, otherwise he will lose too much. And a lost fight here is a lost game. Must be very careful. Hey all once again, and welcome. Now has an LP2 here upgraded, very good. A lot of damage from that one helps with the defenses, and Sugar decides to go in. By the way, Sugar is the team name.
Green is best.
Doesn't look too bad now, 80 to 10 economy here on the Dark Eldar side. I think I will zoom in a bit, so you can guys see more clearly what's going on. Something like that should work. I know there are people out there watching on mobile devices with much smaller screens, so sometimes when you zoom out too far, the viewers might have a hard time seeing what's going on. I know that from my own experience, sometimes when I watch on a tablet or on the phone. Another attempt here from Warkl to go in. He wants to take down this LP2, but still he's being very careful with what he does and how he engages. Only uses one squad, scouts what's going on there on the Dark Eldar side. The Archon is still a pain. He's got immunity to ranged combat. Two more squads of shooter boys there in the middle, defending the slugger boys squad, getting that critical objective. Big mech very low on HP. Good job by the Dark Eldar in there, killing the entire squad of shooter boys and the big mech even. Now looks like Warkl is in trouble. He is in panic mode now and orders another 2 shooter boy squads. That's funny. Oh man, and finally from the Dark Eldar we get the long overdue Homunculus. Only at the 8th minute comes out into play. Usually if you start with a lab, you basically go Homunculus ASAP. You get him out for that torture amp, it slows down enemy infantry. Hi, Victor. Mixalich will make his appearance very soon, don't worry. This is a tournament, so we will watch the games one by one. A lot of interesting games, even this one is quite good, I'd say. No critical mistakes were done yet. by any of the players. Maybe Warkl underestimated the firepower of the warriors a bit and lost his big mech. 86 to 30 economy here for the Dark Eldar, goes tier 2 now, and 98 to 20 for the Orks. A lot of shoot-up boys. Warkl knows what works best against Dark Eldar infantry. Shoot-up boy mass with big shooters, and preferably both damage upgrades. Daka research and blastier. Not sure if he's got both of them yet, only now he's upgrading the blastier. Very good focus on the warriors and manages to kill here a squad or two. No, he kills most of the warriors in this fight. Terrible engagement from Sugar into the fight. He did not know so many shoot-up boys were waiting in here. Yeah, he did not see all of them, we can see. He probably knew he's got only 2 squads of shoot-up boys, not 4. So, surprise for the Dark Eldar player. Goes tier 2.5 for the Witch Cult Arena. So maybe he can get that very powerful upgrade for the Aircon. Forgot the Malediction, I guess that's the name, yeah. Weak Dark Eldar, yeah, typical blast. Well, they suffer in some matchups. Not necessarily matchups, but at some points in the game they have huge weaknesses. You're right. Like most other races. 4 squads of shoot-up boys, how do you deal with them? I don't know. Warrior mass didn't work, I guess he had to try out river jet bikes. Looks like the Ork is gonna win this. He took down 2 points from the Dark Eldar already. Surrounds his base from 2 sides. The big mech is back to life. We'll fight this warrior squad here on the critical location easily. Very well done here by the Wark player. He definitely knows how to play the matchup. The witches came out. The Aircon on red HP, almost about to die. Well, witches with the Aircon will easily defeat 2 squads of shoot-up boys in here. No problems. But how do you deal with the other 2? Now that will be a problem. When the Orks will group together, these ones will restore their morale and be back into the fight. Malediction cast on the squad with full morale, not bad. From Sugar. Big mech hiding on full HP, not sure what he's waiting for. Malediction got cast, a shoot-up boy squad almost killed. And looks like Sugar is about to make his comeback into this game. He manages to push back the Orks out of his base, but his economy is terrible. We've got 116 to 20 now for the Orks, and only 20 to 10 for Dark Eldar. He's lost all his strategic points, all of them got decapped. What a game, man. Yeah, Wark will eventually manage to hold here, close to his base. Nice one, Wark. Jumps in with the shoot-up boys, now he's not afraid when the big mech is here with the custom gadget research. It also gives some immune to ranged damage to the boys. They are not scared of ranged damage. And now Witch is outnumbered 4 to 1 in here, maybe even more. They cannot out-micro 4 squads of shoot-up boys. And this is the end of Dark Eldar. 20 to 10 economy, he cannot recover after these fights. The knobs are here. And so Warkl plays out a full infantry mass game. I'd say good game and well played. Not a bad game for the start. A bit of back and forth even, and that's GG from Sugar. Oh boy, and even Warkl says GG. Usually this guy is dead silent in games, never says anything. I guess he enjoyed this game as well. Well, it was not bad. Not a bad game. Yeah, even close. 65 orcs killed by Sugar. He even manages to kill more orcs. And 57 Dark Eldar defeated by the Greenskins. About 2000 economy lead for the orcs. Yeah, Dark Eldar's economy in the end dropped completely. Nice game one to get things started. Going into game 2 on Fallen City. In the right hand side position, SWS Warkl. SWS, one of the oldest clans in Dawn of War, Soulstorm. Some members of the clan still using the tag to this day, like Elijah, and yeah, I guess Elijah is left now. Not sure if he's playing. In the left hand side, Sugar will try another build this time. Double generator opening, very risky once again. Into Dark Foundry. River jet bike incoming. No other options possible when you open like that. Two Slugger Boy squads from the Wark and a Shooter Boy squad, similarly to what he's done in the previous game. Big Mech halfway done. A fast Big Mech in this case would have been great before the Shooter Boys, sending it into the Dark Eldar base and take down a generator. Maybe even two. Might be possible. At this phase, when Dark Eldar only has 2 mandrakes, he is very vulnerable to rushes, so Warkl gets in here to decap a strategic point, very nice. The other 2 Slugger Boy squads getting the map nicely, 1 LP2 being upgraded. The Big Mech is here, will deal with these mandrakes. No problem now for the Shooter Boys in there.
Please, no more kicking.
What is it?
$44 to 20 economy for the Dark Eldar, not good for the 3rd minute almost. Controls 3 strategic points with 3 LP1s on top of them. And only now orders the 2nd River Jet Bikes. He also had to place a slave chamber to be able to make more than 3 River Jet Bikes. Shooter Boy is still alive in there. Warkl will dominate soon on map control. A War Banner got placed. LP2 being upgraded. Big Mech here will smash into that LP1 and take it down. 2 River Jet Bikes at this point, not a threat for the Big Boy. Shooter Boys will even manage to decap. A critical location has been captured by the Dark Eldar player also. He needs every bit of requisition he can get. 50 to 20, even loses his 3rd strategic point. will sit on 2 strategic points now and loses his only squad of mandrakes. Warkl has done critical damage on this side, took down 2 points, delays Dark Eldar's economy. A very good early game from Warkl, I'm surprised. 4 river jet bikes, however, now are a big problem for the Orks, so Warkl is forced to retreat. Get inside that LP2. Good war banner placement also next to the LP2. He can upgrade this banner in front, and this will be a very good position to defend. Dark Eldar won't be able to pass or to push in here. Can even place the pile of guns somewhere close to this position. And it will be very much defendable. However, on the other side, it's not so well defended, only 1 LP2. The war banner is being cancelled. Sugar wants to attack from this side. And he can only attack now early. Win this game before Orc hits tier 2 or you will lose. He cannot overextend into this game because he's got a huge economy disadvantage. 62 to 20 economy for Dark Eldar, 140-10 for Orks. Ork do not need that power. I guess Ork will only mass infantry. Builds the 4th banner now. Yeah, basically tier 2 and pile of guns. Kind of a rush into the mech shop, if I can name it so. He will have enough for the mech shop. Places it now, yeah, you can build it without the pile of guns up. And Warkl manages to keep this game going with just 1 squad of shoot-up boys and the big mech. Sugar had to destroy this LP2 long ago, I'm not sure why he retreated. He had to take this one down and this one, LP1. Even the relic, yeah, this LP1 and this LP1 had to be taken down long ago. Sugar didn't even bother to scout in there. Only now at the 6th minute he goes in and will take them down. 2 generators up for work. Looks like he will not mass infantry this time against river jet bikes, it's more risky. Although shoot-up boy mass with no bleeders are still good against river jet bike mass. If you upgrade the HP for both infantry and the no bleeders, they will do a good job. Vehicles are more safe, however. War tracks specifically, because the Scourges struggle at destroying war tracks when they get disrupted. A no bleeder here, but they probably don't have the HP upgrade, will quickly die. And once again Warkl will jump back and save the squad. He's only distracting Sugar, baiting him into this position while he gets out his war tracks. Well done by Warkl with this harass. Say hello to the war track, river jet bikes, no anti-vehicle here. And now the war track manages to kill like 2 river jet bikes in 1 hit. Yeah, when they stay close to each other, it almost deals area of effect damage. Very effective war tracks against river jet bikes. Dark Eldar only now on his way to tier 2. On 80 to 20 economy, lost basically everything, will need ages to recover. Does not have anti-vehicle, and that's his biggest problem at this point. Nothing to stop the war tracks. Now they've got the upgraded weapon as well, the bomb chaka. The disruption thing more disruption and area of effect damage to infantry. Very painful. 4 war tracks now, that's enough to deal with 2-3 squads of Scourges if they get out. And so Sugar overextending in here desperately, cannot do too much, deletes his HQ, and he wasn't really satisfied with the game. Says it was a bad game. Well, it was looking great from the Orks side. Good harass early to mid game from Warkl until he got to those war tracks. Warkl is a very experienced Ork player. So yeah, he can deal with the Dark Eldar. He's got the advantage in the matchup. Would look too bad for him if he lost to this faction, although it's not impossible for the Dark Eldar to beat Orks. However, they need to catch the Ork by surprise if they want to win. The attacks have to be very sudden in weak spots when the Ork is not prepared to defend or even fight the Dark Eldar army. It's still possible for Dark Eldar to win, of course. The next best of 3 in the round of 8, I will be playing against Pride's first game on Blood River. Now this Necrons versus Orks games might be a bit longer than Orks versus Dark Eldar, although the matchup is still considered Ork favored. I will be able to overextend for a bit longer, I guess. In the lower left position, Pride net with Orks. Initially he mained Space Marines back in 2010 to 2014 somewhere, then he switched to Orks. Space Marines are considered weak in Soulstorm with too many bad matchups, but still in good hands, a very strong race in my opinion. Just need a very good reaction time and handle those scouts well. Pride opens with 2 Slugger Boy squads here, and Shooter Boys, basically the most standard thing you can get in Soulstorm Orks. And the Shooter Boy squad gets a strategic point quickly before they go into the fight. In the upper right hand side, I'm playing Necrons. I do not expect any aggression very early on, and I place 6 generators at the very start. 4 of my scarabs would build the economy quickly, only 1 scarab would capture a strategic point. I believe it's the 5th one, the last squad of scarabs. And only after the 3rd generator I place a ghost turret next to the monolith, the closest you can get. I will need it close to the generators in order to defend from any sorts of economy damage later in the game. 1 squad of Necron warriors will be patiently sitting in there and avoid fighting for as long as possible. No need to go out yet. The 7th generator has been placed, so that's basically plus 80 income when it's finished. In the meantime, Pride knows very well what I'm doing. I've been playing this guy a lot back then, so he knows my playstyle, I know his playstyle. He knows I'm doing economy boom, and he goes for a very quick map control as well. In the lower right, I managed to send my scarabs and decap the relic. I had my scarabs prepared, sitting in there, and they had the vision range. I will still fail to decap this. Very good jump from Pride. Will deny my decap. He took the relic from my side already and gets very fast map control, as well as high economy. 2 LP2s up. Well, his economy is still higher than mine, despite me placing the generators so fast. His economy is still higher than mine. The Necron Lord is now out, the Forbidden Archive is up, and I can finally get out of the base and try to get some points, perhaps. I mean, 1 relic at least. I will need it. Will not reinforce the Necron Warriors yet. And placing the +90, the 8th generator. Only after placing this generator I will go for the summoning core. No rushing with tier 2 really. I've got the lightning field here. A big mech fighting that lord in the back. Pride only now noticed that I've got the lightning field and decides to stop, fight that Necron lord in the back. Gets baited into those Necron warriors and will fight them instead. Also got my phase shift for the Necron Lords. Pride decides to equip big shooters on his shooter boys. Maybe a good thing. Again, he stops my scarabs from decapping that relic. I am forced to go back. Pride jumps into that turret. He saw where it's placed. I think I can still save it with the phase shift in here. I'm sending my Necron Lord. Looks like he got stuck. I always keep my Necron Lord on range. He was not fighting in close combat here because of that. He is on hold position mode most of the time. Three squads of shooter boys with big shooters in here. This works extremely well against Necron warrior mass, as long as Necron does not have the wraiths. Going tier 2 now, I can survive with this economy, and I guess I can defend. I will have an LP2 in here. The archive can tank the damage. And so Pride is with full map control now. 122 to 20 income. Still a better economy for Pride. Loses the big mech, however. Knobs on the way. He even hit tier 2 before I do. So he basically got a better economy and a faster tech right now. At the 6th minute. Landing my flayed ones in here, 6 in the squad, trying to overextend for as long as possible. Although later in the game the matchup is not getting better, it gets actually more and more difficult for Necrons. Getting out, forcing Pride to micro those shooter boys. Necron Lord saves himself with the phase shift, and the knobs are here. Looks like I'm not prepared to face the knobs.
4 minutes until
Pushing back those shooter boys with the Necron Lord still. Now with the phylactery on the Necron Lords. Almost forgot how these Necron artifacts are called. Knobs tanking into those turrets, both of them will be upgraded soon. For now only one turret upgraded. A wraith gets out and again pushing back Pride from my base. Doing the global upgrades on economy, upgrading the second turret. I will need more LP2s as well, and for now can only hold in the base. 112 income, not bad. Economy right now, going for tier 2.5. Only two wraiths out, still cannot handle with Orks army, cannot get out. And I have to decap the taken hold ASAP. I have to take down one critical location or I lose in 2 minutes and 40 seconds. The Nob Leader upgrade is up for Pride. Now our economy is about the same. About the same amounts of economy. Despite Pride having much better map control. Tanks in again with his with whole of his army now into my upgraded turret. Good focus on the scarabs, I lose most of the scarabs. Now focus is another turret in here. Takes it down and looks like he will manage to take down all my towers. Yeah, my defenses are broken now. Only got 2 LP2s left. And Pride wants to take down the economy now. Teleports his very low HP big mech. He tanked all the damage from those turrets. And takes down my economy. Now I am in big trouble. My wraiths are not even upgraded yet. Only now the wraith flight gets upgraded. Looks like I'm dead. Somehow we'll manage to overextend in here. Flayed ones following both. Only the Nob squad now probably wants to deal with that big mech. And my economy goes down to 62 now. A destroyer is finally out. Ideally it had to get out long ago. My greater summoning core got delayed, I guess. And there's only 1 minute until taking a hold. Such an intense situation for me. I have to decap. Right now, I guess I'm sending this wraith to decap. I still have some time to do that. I have got an LP3 in here. I guess it will deal with that big mech. Pride decides to jump out of my base. And I guess his attack now paid off. However, he will miss how I will decap that critical location and somehow I will survive. Oh man, I did not remember this game being so intense. What a game. Well, he's got no anti-vehicle now and I managed to fight back his boys from my base. But at what cost? I've lost 7 generators. Very well done in here by Pride. His economy 116 to 40. He's also lost quite a lot in that attack. He had to reinforce the boys all the time. He lost the mech. And now he loses more boys while retreating. Tank busters won't be able to deal with the destroyers. I have 2 wraiths in here to tie them up. And even the flayed ones to deal with those knobs. Necron Lord above half HP. With a phase shift and phylactery he will live for a long time. He also cannot be fought in close combat because of the lightning field. In the meantime, while pushing the Orks back, rebuilding my economy ASAP. Thanks to the global upgrades, I will manage to restore my economy quickly. I receive more income per generator. And getting a 3rd wraith out. Orks economy still superior as well as his infantry. I really needed the destroyers faster in this game, ideally before he attacked with all of his infantry in my base. If I wouldn't have gone for such a huge economy boom and fast global upgrades, I should have prioritized the destroyers before the global upgrades and could have been in a much better position right now. Two squads of tank busters in here. One destroyer goes down. I guess I will still manage to tie up both tank buster squads with my wraiths. They've got terrible damage in close combat to infantry. And Pride decides to send the tank busters in close combat to the destroyer. That's right, tank busters can deal good amounts of damage to the vehicles in close combat. So not necessarily a bad idea to do that. However, the destroyer will still win. Pride also tried to destroy my economy again. Somehow I managed to save, I guess, with the phase shift. Denied those knobs and Big Mech from dealing any damage to my economy now with the phase shift. And somehow managed to defend well this time. Yeah, the destroyers should not be underrated, especially against Ork infantry. They've got very high damage to Ork infantry. And if the Ork has only infantry, you can counter his anti-vehicle infantry with the wraiths just fine. You basically force the Ork to go for vehicles if you make destroyers or tomb spiders. Definitely a good thing in this matchup. Looks like Pride got his global upgrade on requisition here, 119 to 40 income, still good economy. Equivalent to mine, I'd say. Mine is 100. Still tier 2.5 from me, and the same from Pride. A long fight on tier 2.5. Necron Lord will also annoy those knobs. They can't really fight the Necron Lord in close combat, they have to ignore the Lord again because of the lightning field. Big Mech got killed here by the flayed ones and the destroyers. Wraiths keep chasing those tank busters in close combat, keeping Pride busy with micro. And Pride definitely does not have enough anti-vehicle here. Tank busters are not enough. Instead of producing 3 squads of tank busters, I think he should have invested in the mech shop and make 3-4 war tracks. Yeah, that would be more expensive but more effective against the destroyers. And at this point, my immortals would have been useless against Ork vehicles. If they get tied up by the knobs or slugger boys in close combat, they cannot deal any damage. Heavy pathing here caused by the destroyers. I've got 4 destroyers. I have to micro with them. Knobs get a bit of pathing into the destroyers. Can't move properly, but it's not my problem. I have to micro, I have to get closer to the Orks. And manage to kill a lot of knobs in here while they try to retreat. Now I'm only right-clicking on the knobs, trying to avoid any further pathing. Let him retreat properly if he wants, although I could easily chase and kill the squad if I wish. Well, thankfully people were not complaining so much about pathing back then. It was pretty acceptable. Was accepted as a game mechanic almost. Now there's a lots of wine nowadays on the pathing. Going tier 3 finally, with very good economy, 111 will get even higher soon. And 4 destroyers from me. How do you deal Pride with 4 destroyers? Even this squad of tank busters will get killed. by 4 death throws very quickly. He still got the knobs going again into my base. He wants to take down those generators once again. Another advantage of the destroyers, they can go back into the base very quickly. They've got fast movement speeds, so I can go back to my base and defend at any moment. Sending them back now. Necron Lord still full HP, he does not really die, if the Wark ignores the Lord. And Pride once again manages to take down 2 generators now in my base. He will suicide the knobs into those generators by the look of it. I will check the chat after this game. I know there's some questions in there. Cannot get distracted right now, sorry. Forcing Pride to retreat once again. Getting closer to the knobs. Stopping right there. The pariahs are out. Now they can fight these knobs in close combat as well, or I can send them on harass. Some micro in here with the destroyers. 2 squads of knobs cannot fight 3 destroyers, no way. And it looks like I've out-tagged the Wark now after such a terrible mid-game. Somehow I come on top in here. 117 to 38 income for Wark, still acceptable income. But it won't be enough to fight a tier 3 Necron, for sure. Pride had to upgrade the economy much better. I'm moving my destroyers, focusing the knobs. Tank busters getting a bit of pathing in here. Focus on the tank busters now. Looks like the squad will die. Taking down that LP1 on the relic. And this is the map vision for Pride right now. He loses the relic and will lose the right hand side critical location as well. 105 income. My generators being built non-stop throughout the whole game in here. Always investing in those generators. And now we'll try to get a relic for the monolith. Pushing into that Wark base slowly. Pride hits tier 3 and gets his warbus out now. The flash gates are here. The big mech full HP. Now that will be a threat for me and I will be forced to retreat. Well, still managed to deal some economy damage to Warks. The war boss is here. I would lose this fight against the Warks. No chances for me here. I have to retreat. Or maybe not. Yeah, the Necron Lord can tie up those flash gates. And without a lot of ranged damage, pariahs won't really lose in here. They will still keep those knobs busy with some support from the flayed ones. Looks like I've lost a destroyer. Also uses the Mad Dog juice ability on the knobs. Good job. Getting back with the destroyer in a good position to deal ranged damage further away from those knobs and tank busters. Necron Lord can easily keep busy a squad of flash gates. Even a Wraith can keep the flash gates busy. Getting into this Wark infantry again, probably a misclick from the destroyer. Not sure why I did that. Had to keep the range. Intense fight right here. The pariahs on the edge of their lives. About to die, almost. A very close fight. keeping those destroyers alive, even repaired them for a long time. It seems getting more wraiths. I've got tier 4 up in the meantime. A decent income. I fight next to this relic because I need it for the monolith. I will need it. Nobs pretty much unkillable in this fight. Finally casting my charged up lightning field. Pariahs were sent to fight those flash gates in close combat. Only one destroyer up at this point. Must focus the flash gates with it. Am I producing anything at all? No. Saving resources for the monolith. Pride's economy decreased a lot, 72 to 36. Some economy decay now on his strategic points. My generators haven't started the decay process yet because I had to rebuild all of them anew. So they're basically new generators, all fresh. I get a very good income. The knobs in here getting green and slow. The effect from the pariahs. They slow down units and decrease their HP. And soon Pride will say hello to my monolith. Orc army still alive, but Pride is on the edge. He's got no more income to support the fight. 70 to 36 for Orks, and he's got no answer for the monolith. He's probably surprised I got it up. Even a bomb got placed next to the monolith now. Looks like more Orks are gonna die from it. It also dealt some nice damage to that monolith. And to the war boss, very low HP. Yeah, it dealt a lot of damage to the knobs and the war boss. As soon as the juice ends, the juice effect from the mad dog ends, they would die immediately. And Pride wouldn't be able to recover. What a game. Very intense. It felt like I'm dead mid-game when I lost 7 generators. And it was enough to produce 2-3 destroyers in order to fight back all that orc infantry. Because of lack of anti-vehicle from Pride. Again, I think he could have won this if he invested less in the tank busters and built the mech shop. Get some war tracks out. I will have a look at the chat finally. Blast wants higher gamma. It looks great for me. I'm not sure if it's necessary to turn it to increase it. Maybe it's the fog on Blood River. I do not have disabled fog, as many of you do, so you probably got used to playing without the red darky fog. That's why. Otherwise, everything is very much visible. And the question regarding the hotkeys, you definitely need them, at least for the buildings and for fighting those builders around the map quick. I do not use key bindings, however, in Dawn of War. I played, I guess, over a decade without key bindings, so now if I try to get used to the key bindings, it simply doesn't work for me. It slows me down, in fact. I cannot get used to it, at least in Dawn of War. And usually I am fast enough with the mouse to control my units. One moment. Another donation from Bobby. Thank you so much, man. Your support is highly appreciated as always. So that was only game 1 in my best of 3 with Pride. A lot more games to come today. As I've said, the stream will be maybe even close to 10 hours. I don't know how long it will be, honestly. We have a ton of games to watch, and unless my power or internet goes down, it will last that long. Game 2 on Shrine of Excellion, Pride. Pride's map pick, Orks versus Necrons on Shrine of Excellion. Well, that's ugly, to say the least. Makes my life a nightmare in here. But well, I guess I was a scary Necron player back then. Yeah, Astro used to be scary at some point in time when he played without 6 to 12 months breaks every year. In the lower position on Shrine of Excellion, I get Necrons. Yeah, we can play only one race throughout the course of the tournament. I send 2 squads of Scarabs to capture the points ASAP. If you do not get the points fast on this map, you will never get them. Simply because your opponent will mass up a lot of infantry much faster than the Necron will do. And he will be able to take and hold the Necron's points very easily with a ton of economy. Usually Necron opponents in here can double or even triple or maybe even quadruple Necron's economy on this map. It's that bad. One good Necron tactic for this map could be to try and play aggressively in like tier 1, tier 1.5. Try and play very aggressively in a tier 1.5 game with Necron Warrior Mass, Flayed Ones, and Necron Lord artifacts. More of a standard play from me this time, not such a big economy boom style as I prefer it. From Pride we have Shoot Up Boys and Mech. Getting 2 squads of Necron Warriors, reinforcing them slowly. I cannot afford to invest too much in the Necron Warriors early in the game. I need to save as much power as possible and build those generators. So I will try to make, I guess, only as much infantry that it be enough to stop the Ork rush. Yeah, full map control from Pride already. He's got his 5 strategic points and will get both relics now. In the meantime, I only control 3 strategic points. You can't just send all the Scarabs on getting the points. As a Necron player, you need to keep the Scarabs busy by building stuff also. A big disadvantage for the Necrons. They have no infantry to capture points. So on maps like this, you have a map control disadvantage early on at least. The big mech absorbing tons of damage from the Necron Warriors throughout this fight. Bad trade from Pride. No need to trade HP on the mech so badly. Now the Necron Lord can tie up this squad of Shoot Up Boys with the big mech endlessly, while the mech is low on HP. Reinforcing the Necron warriors very slowly, plus 70 economy, and the summoning core is up. Got decent speed, 60%, full infantry cap also. So I will keep myself into this game for a while. Big Mac very low in HP, forced to run away from that Necron Lord. And building my plus 80s, the 7th generator. Big Mac gets saved. Pride places him inside the LP1. No need to lose the mech, he can regenerate slowly. Trying to do some economy damage here to Pride, try to even the odds and maybe take down a relic, capture it perhaps. Would be great from me. Good job from Pride using the mech now in range, dealt a lot of damage to that Necron Lord, down to half HP. $70 income, got the Necron Warrior upgrade, and as I've explained at the beginning of this game, I will try and play a tier 1.5 game. Yeah, and I'm even going for the artifacts. No, I do not remember what I did in this game 6 years ago. Apparently, that's exactly what I did here. 4 squads of Necron Warriors. And the Necron Warrior mass can be stopped again by Shoot-Up Boy mass with big shooters and Blaster Research. And some good micro, of course. Nothing too scary for the Orks. Some bad micro from me, do not very slow reaction on these squads. Losing a Necron Warriors. Oh, it woke up. And I even managed to save that one. Tried to take down that big mech in here. Unfortunately, he had the jump and Pride managed to save him. Good reaction from Pride. Getting my solar pulse, and I will lose this squad of Necron Warriors in here to the big shooters. Looks like even the second squad might go down. A very bad fight from me on this side. Pride did a genius move, splitting his army and forcing me to fight on 2 fronts. That's very difficult when you mass Necron Warriors. Ideally, you have to keep the Necron Warriors all in one place. No splitting. When they fight all next to each other, like 3-4 Necron Warriors marching towards your enemy base, it's much better than having them split. Mostly because they need that support from the Necron Lord. They need the phase shift or the solar pulse to cover them while engaging. And so my life gets more and more difficult. Pride pushes in from 2 sides. Very difficult for me to hold his attack, and he is already tier 2. That's as desperate as it can get. He is tier 2 with a much better income and even floats a good bank. He can even go for the mech shop, he can afford it, or just mass a ton of infantry. And what can I do with my tier 1.5 units? How can I stop this? If anyone has any idea, any tips on what I could have done better, you are most welcome to type them in the comments, share the feedback. I will gladly take it into consideration. 90 economy income, this is mandatory. You can't really play with a lower income on this map. Pride's income is still higher than mine.
4 minutes until taken.
Having 3 squads of Necron Warriors trying to hold desperately, I'm losing most of my strategic points. And I'm left with only 1 in here. A very strong attack here from Pride, perfect combination against standard Necron play. Mass those shooter boys and knobs. This is what deals with the Necron warrior mass perfectly. I say GG and quit. No need to overextend. Well played by Pride, what can I say? I hope it was not too difficult for him. He needed some chill before going into the third game. The score is tied up 1-1. Okay, maybe some advice is popped in by now. I could have overextended against 3 shooters with economy boom and even not lose any economy. Well, blast. If I do that, if I go for economy boom on this map and overextend, the orc eventually will hit tier 4 by the time I will be tier 2.5. That's the problem. If you overextend, they still get much better economy, they get more stronger infantry, and in the meantime they even manage to out-tech Necrons here. If your opponent knows what he's doing, I don't know, maybe even impossible to win as Necrons here. Might be possible if the Necron cheeses early game and does some unexpected aggression, I guess. I don't know, honestly. Very difficult against Orks here. I'm not gonna lie. Pride, of course, did a great job. Basically no mistakes from the work. I probably did mistakes. Not the best micro, to say the least, from my side. Okay, game 3 on Battle Marshes. Whoever joined recently, hello again. We are still in the round of 8. The very beginning of the tournament.
Oh, hey, boss. Where's the fighting?
In the top position, Pride with Warkl. Interesting cap order. We'll get this point first. Probably afraid of decap from Scarabs or something. Two Slugger Boy squads, Shooter Boys, and Generator. Same opening as in the previous 2 games from Pride. In the lower position, I'm playing Necrons, placing 5 generators for the start, 6. Yeah, Pride is not rushing, so why not? But even if Warkl would try and do some sort of all-in, I can still survive with that opening, believe it or not. Warkl damage early on is not very high. Unlike Space Marines, Eldar were Chaos, so you can place economy boom against Orks more safely early in the game. At the cost of losing map control, of course. So you basically trade economy with the Orc early game. And I'd say it's better to trade economy than trading fights. Necrons have a very hard time fighting Orcs, as you've just saw in the previous game. If you try to fight an Orc who masses big shooters, or even Storm Boys with knobs, you'd most likely lose it. So going for economy trade, allow that work to get all the points, but you will also get a good economy. Sounds better to me. Building a turret in case Pride decides to go for any sorts of rushes. A turret was built after the 5th generator. And placing 7 generators quickly. 2 Necron warrior squads out for me, Necron Lord is on the way. In the meantime, Pride takes the second relic now and a critical location on the left.
The boss? Who is getting shot up? It now belongs to the Orks.
Getting out with my Necron warriors, I do not reinforce them, I need every bit of power to invest in my tech and economy. I am not gonna mass Necron warriors this game. I do not consider Necron warriors an effective means of fighting orcs. They do become very good in the mid-chap by the time you hit tier 2.5 and have both upgrades and some destroyers to support the Necron warrior mass. Then yeah, they become very good, but early in the game the Necron warriors are mostly an economic burden if you decide to mass them. So better avoid that. Looks like I'm gonna kill a squad of Slugger boys in here. No, sadly they've got dropped morale and run faster from the fight. Pride will manage to save the squad and reinforce it. I can trade the HP. I mean, I can trade Necron warriors, free Necron warriors, for big mech HP. Plays to my advantage in that case. Pride failed to take the outer point from me, so I will capture it now. Even with this barely reinforced Necron warriors, I will manage to push back Orks infantry. It got no upgrades yet. Pride in the meantime with a very good economy. 3 LP2s upgraded in the base. And 3 LP1s at the outer point, not upgraded yet. Has the pylo guns up and researches the armor. I will order a squad of flayed ones before I hit that tier 2 button. The flayed ones will be a necessity to keep me in this game and win time in case Pride decides to go into my base during my tier 2 transition. The flayed ones will manage to win me time. Well, Pride will not go in my base, instead he will be fighting me. On this relic I managed to decap his relic, destroyed his LP1, saved the scarabs with the phase shift during the decap. Good for me. Pride fought those scarabs here, pushed them back and takes the point from my side. I basically trade the relic for that point. Will not split my army now and only fight on one front. Building my second turret by the time I hit tier 2. Mandatory if you play like that. If you don't have enough infantry, you will need those turrets to defend the base, to defend the generators against Stormboy harass. Here they are. And they will overextend the game and win me tons of time to further upgrade my economies and maybe build a second monolith. Upgrading my both turrets and going for the global upgrades. No orc threat noticed by me yet, no need to rush into the destroyers. Pride hits tier 2 now and goes for the knobs. Good mix of units from Pride, I love it, the way he plays, good play style. Now if he will have a very good micro also and manage all those squads properly. That would be great. Upgrade for the Wraiths. Wraith flight upgrade. Mandatory in this matchup against both shooter boys and tank busters. You need the Wraiths, even if they may seem terrible against a faction specialized at fighting close combat units. It's true that the Storm boys can still follow the Wraiths and kill them easily if they've got the claw upgrade. However, it's not easy to do. It sounds easier in easier than done. Losing my Wraith to the knobs in there, I will push back the Storm boy harass attempt. Built a third turret and an LP2 has been upgraded. By the way, defending on Battle Marshes is a lot more difficult than defending on Blood River. You've got only one point next to your base. That means only one LP2 or LP3. On Blood River you have 3 of them right in your base. So I guess an Ork aggression on this map would be even better than on Blood River, but it's a lot about timing. Pride is already late to the party, it seems. I am prepared to face his aggression this time much better than I was prepared on Blood River. Lost a turret but built another one. I have to make sure I defend my generators now, and if I do manage to defend my generators, it means Warkl will get into disadvantage. He's investing a lot in his infantry now just to try and take down my economy, and my economy only gets better when you play like that. He will not send the whole of his army into my base, although he should have tried. He should have tried. It might have worked. Risky, but it might have worked. And now a destroyer is out, and it will get even more difficult for the green skins. Now they lose morale while fighting even the flayed ones. They've got the tier 2 HP upgrade, so the knobs cannot deal with them now. Unless they get the more boys around them and the big mech. Where's that big mech, by the way? Looks like he got killed and never produced again. Pride massing up a lot of infantry on the left. Again, I do not allow him to take that relic. I want to keep it for me. Building a 9th generator, I guess. Yeah, right. And a 3rd destroyer is out. No need for the 2nd monolith. First, if you see the Ork massing so much infantry, you go for destroyers, apparently. Yeah, I knew the details much better back then than I did in the last year. Storm boys suffering against the destroyers, can't really sit in there and do damage. Not without the tank busters. These Orks would be only dead meat, and they also get pathing, a lot of pathing from the destroyers. I am not sending my destroyers in front to cause the pathing. Some people might think I do that intentionally. No way. I'm only right clicking in here on the knobs, fighting those Orks back. Managed to take all of my points back, but still do not have a relic under my control. Pride's economy is very good. And he's about to hit tier 3. Big surprise for me. 133 to 40 economy for Pride also. Still our economy is about the same, and I also do go tier 3 on only 1 monolith. No need for 2 monoliths apparently. Yeah. I love it. Sometimes I get chills and goosebumps when I watch my older replays. Felt like I was doing much better back then. Pride hits tier 3, shortly after I will also hit tier 3, not a big deal. Managed to take down an Warkl P here on the left. In the meantime I played one squad still keeping busy those knobs on the right. I would eventually lose the fight here. No chances for the flayed ones now.
What can we do for you?
Tier 3 armor upgrade for Pride. Now that will be almost unkillable knobs. I will need a ton of destroyers to deal with that, and pariahs. Making the 4th destroyer now. I will still need those wraiths to deal with the tank busters. 4 destroyers from me, global upgrade, the second one on power, and tier 4 on the way. A bit of a risk. Going ASAP for the global upgrades. And if I could call it a mistake once again from Pride, avoiding the mech shop, it feels like his Storm Boys and Tank Busters hadn't paid off at all in this game. At least by now they have done basically no damage. Pariahs and 4 destroyers now can easily deal with the green skins on the right. A Necron Lord alone keeping the other chunk of Ork army busy here on the left. Pride trying to do it safe, does not want to take the risk and go all in into my base. Oh, I see, I've got the Nightmare Shroud on the Necron Lord, a very rare artifact for 1v1s. But very good, it will help me a lot against this green skin horde, for sure. Very low HP now, I'm not sure what artifacts I've got on the Lord. Looks like I do not have the phylactery. I probably have phase shifts, a Nightmare Shroud, and maybe Solar Pulse. I don't see the phylactery yet. Or maybe I do not have a 3rd artifact yet. 4 destroyers. Surprisingly, they do deal more than enough damage to buildings as well when massed in big numbers. All of my army on the right now cannot stop the Nob harass here. Necron Lord too low on HP to deal with them. Tons of tank busters here now from Pride. I do not have wraiths prepared to deal with them. Desperately trying to retreat. Losing 2 destroyers, maybe even 3. No, that will be 2 destroyers down on the retreat. A bad move in there with the destroyers, but somehow I managed to get my monolith up. How did I do that? I probably controlled this relic for some time, I don't know how I managed to make the monolith. I overlooked something. I think I had control of this relic for a period of time, while my Necron Lord was still destructing the Orks in there. Yeah, might well be. And now, without much anti-vehicle and no vehicles at all in here from Pride, I will manage to fight his infantry just fine with my army. The war boss is coming. No big mech also to stun the monolith. Pride underestimating the mech custom gadgets. The Deceiver is here, casts the Deceive ability on the war boss. No, I've got the tank busters only. And also summon the fake monolith as well. More and more destroyers are necessary to deal with this bunch of green skins. Oh no, those are prides. Flash gates. Looks like I had a squad of flash gates under the deceive as well for some time. And so I managed to fight back prides. What felt wrong from Pride this game? He did not send all of his infantry at once, grouped together into attack mid-game. I think he could have done a lot of damage with that. Instead, he opted for a safer playstyle, if we can name it so. Hoped for tier 3 to play in his favor. Not the case here. The fake monolith does not disappear if you've got the real one up or if you've got a relic under control, so I have to keep it on the stop stance somewhere where it would not cause any trouble to my opponent, because it's a bug. So you must either let your opponent to destroy it once it goes red, or hide it somewhere on the map. We'll take down this relic now from Pride. Will not allow him to make that Squigath and looted tanks.
Boss, who is getting shot up?
Still good economy for Orks. However, Flash Gates really suffer against the monolith.
This better be good.
And GG gets called by Pride. He's only tier 3 without the mech shop. Very expensive game at this point for the Orks to keep playing infantry against tier 4 Necron. Very expensive and maybe not cost effective. Now I would like to check one thing. Okay. I just wanted to check and make sure I had that relic under control on the left. I watched the video stream, so I had that relic on the left under control while the monolith was being produced. I was wondering, I started to wonder for a bit what the hell happened. So yes, I had that relic. It's impossible to make a tier 4 unit without the relic. And then, once the monolith was being produced, Pride took it down during that time. Killing a lot more Orks here, as you can see. I was fighting the green skins to the best of my knowledge and abilities, it seems. And even managed to out-attack the Orks in the end. Outplayed Pride this time, and taking this best of 3 2-1 in my favor. What a best of 3, right? Even I enjoyed watching it. Alright. 2 more. No, 1 more best of 3. One moment. Right. 2 more best of 3s in the round of 8 to go. Next game played between New and Mixalich. New, by the way, was the first developer, I guess, for those stats, so even some background knowledge from me about the players. New started to develop those stats, I guess, which even to this day provides a ton of replays for Soulstorm and the MMR thing. Not very accurate, but better than nothing, I'd say. And CG Mixalich, one of the oldest and greatest Space Marine players of all time in Dawn of War history. Really needs no introduction here. On the top side of the map, Mixalich playing his main race, Space Marines. Now that's also a pretty rare thing to see Mixalich play Space Marines in tournaments. Usually he'd go with Eldar or Orks. Both Mixalich and Pride not staying loyal to their races at times, because both of them considered Space Marine weak. Well, they may be right. They have difficult matchups, a lot of difficult matchups in the game. In the lower position, New playing Imperial Guard. At that time he was rather new to the game, I believe, maybe 1-2 years of experience, I don't know. Blast, I'm not sure if there will be chaos in this tournament, really no idea. We'll see, maybe in the loser bracket, but most likely not. I do not recall chaos players in this tournament. Two squads of guardsmen from New. Command squad, infantry command and generator, very standard stuff. Even the cap order is nice, gets the outer positions much faster in case Mixalich will decide and go for a heavy rush. And harasses with the command squad, kills the second servitor in here. Mixalich definitely not happy about that. The general got also killed, however. Well, he paid off, I'd say. Mixalich is losing way more time by losing those servitors compared to New losing the general, which can be reinforced in the squad.
Capturing it was easy. Holding it will be hard. Scouts here. While the enemies of the Emperor still draw breath, there can be no peace.
Here to serve.
Force commander and a tactical marine squad from Mixalich. Looks like he's only playing 2 scouts opening, and also opened with a generator. Yeah, I remember Mixalich actually saying that you have to open with a generator in this matchup, otherwise no chances for Space Marines. You need that generator in order to upgrade LP2s quick and get some economy up. The Imperial Guard can't really all in Space Marines, so going for a generator, I guess it's even safe in the matchup. The tournament was played in 2016, in June 2016 again.
Scouts here.
Great times for Dawn of War. A lot of old players started to get back into the game back in 2015, 2016. It also was a time when I would not make breaks every 3 to 6 to 12 months or so, I also played a bit better, I guess. I played the game more actively, a lot more actively, compared to 2019, 2021. Mixalich manages to take all of his points, including the relic, and will now try and get the critical locations. Looks like he managed to keep both squads of scouts alive somehow. And now we'll try to push into new. We'll use the skull probes to stun the LP2s even, stop them from dealing damage. New has a tech priest inside and will repair the LP2, will not allow Mixalich to take it down so easily. Good focus from the force commander on the general on the command squads. New loses the command squad and he decides to build the tactical control at base while fighting here on this LP2. Still full HP for the force commander, he can tank tons of damage for ages in this fight. Good focus from Mixalich on the guardsman without upgrades, kills a lot of infantry here. Already a perfect trade from Mixalich in this fight. Even the grenades won't be a problem, he will tank in with the force commander into those guardsmen and keep pushing. Now with 2 critical locations under his control, barely any floats here, and manages to take economy domination, better map control in this matchup, considered difficult in Imperial Guard's favor. Difficult for Space Marines, of course. 74 to 20 economy here for Imperial Guard. He's got another LP2 up, the outer one. Not a very bad economy, but much worse compared to Mixalich's economy. The second generator felt like a waste, and even this LP2 in here. Instead of the LP2s, New had to build that technical control faster and try to hold Mixalich's attack here. Might have been a lot better. Looks like we'll have another engagement in here from the left now from Mixalich. Tanks in with the force commander. Even under these guardsmen with grenade launchers, Mixalich will stay and fight. He's got no armory, only now being built. Force commander on half HP can still tank a ton of damage and even tie up the guardsmen. Not a very good micro from New. We'll lose that command squad once again. 3 squads of guardsmen with grenades, if not handled properly, still not a threat for the Space Marines. Mixalich keeps pushing and he's now tier 2. He hits tier 2 faster than Imperial Guards, with much better map control, and will even have the upgrades for Marines soon. New has nothing left to do but say GG and quit. That's how you play the matchup, I guess, from the Space Marine side. Solid game here from Mixalich, no mistakes, no floats, perfect economy, perfect tech, and very good micro. Some micro mistakes from New could be better from him, but still, not a bad game. Not even necessary to look at the stats on this one. Mixalich dominated, and I will try to save time for the replays. As I've said, a ton of replays for today. The stream might be very long. Second game on Fata Morga between Mixalich and New again. Space Marines versus Imperial Guards. On the top side, Mixalich with Space Marines, and in the lower position, New with Imperial Guards. Two tech priests in here, same opening as in the previous game from New.
Here to serve.
And a different opening from Mixalich this time. 2 Space Marine squads before the Force Commander and no generator. I guess that's another build you could do against Imperial Guard if you want to play hyper aggressively. Only 2 scouts. It will be some huge aggression perhaps, or a defensive play. Mixalich will have enough for LP2, for 1 LP2. And with 2 squads of tactical marines, he will be able to handle the command squad. Get this nice vision like that, so we'll see things more clearly. Blast, please let me know, do you have decent brightness now? I just want to know, maybe it's a problem on your side and not a stream problem. It looks very bright for me. Mixalich will move on with 2 squads of Space Marines here. Will not allow that command squad to get past the Marines. Very risky from Mixalich to go 2 scouts, I guess, but it was worth the risk in the previous game. And if you only open with 2 scouts, you better make sure you keep them alive for the entire game. The Force Commander is here, and only after the Force Commander now Mixalich will place that generator. No LP2. So perhaps the generator opening is map specific. On Fata Morga, Mixalich opted for a no generator opening, added it after massing up a bit of infantry. I guess it's more safe still to do it like that. Manages to hold Imperial Guard's aggression just fine. Second generator placed by New. No LP2s yet. I guess it's good. No LP2s, so maybe he can go for a faster tactical control. Still, he upgrades 1 LP2 here on the outer point. Probably scared of all of this infantry. What New could have done better is send that command squad into the Space Marine base. Try to distract Mixalich and keep him at home. Don't let him push like that. Still only 2 squads of Marines here from Mixalich and a Force Commander. Not a big threat this time for Imperial Guard. But still the Marines can easily beat those raw guardsmen without any upgrades. Delayed tactical control again, New builds it after 2 LP2s. Extremely delayed and in a terrible position. Mixalich will not allow him to build it here.
The enemy is attacking. At your command.
Now under the fire of 2 LP2s, Mixalich holds strong, tanks the damage from 1 LP2 with a Force Commander, stunned the other one with a Skull Probe. He's basically won the fight here. He cancelled that tactical control. Impossible to build it there. And looks like New is done with this game. He lost a lot of guardsmen. He lost the command squad apparently. And loses the LP2 on the relic. Mixalich with the map control domination. Once again 110 to 20 against 80 to 20 for Imperial Guards, and he keeps pushing. Good knowledge in the matchup from Mixalich, no doubt. a very difficult best of 3 for new.
He who stands with us shall be my brother.
The skill and experience, the game knowledge would win in this case,
Scouts in position.
no matter the matchup disadvantage. I wouldn't say the matchup is ridiculously difficult for Space Marines, but it's still considered Imperial Guard favored, especially once Tier 2 comes into play. Blast, I do not see any deleted comments. I have no idea what's the issue with the comments. Sometimes more people telling me that somehow their comments get deleted or do not appear in the live chat. And I do not see any deleted comments in the chat. That's the issue. Maybe YouTube filters them out somehow, I don't know, honestly. And so Mixalich manages to take this best of 3 2-0. Well, it was expected that he'd win, a newer player. Kinda one-sided once again on the stats, no, not even necessary to check them. New has a lot to learn in the game still. The next best of 3 played between Lord 50789. I don't know who this is, probably his main nickname, so I will call him Lord. Playing against MarSy, another very old Space Marine player, but much less active of a player compared to Mixalich and other players in this tournament.
Scouts reporting for duty.
I don't know what's up with the auto deletion, honestly, no idea. And I won't have seen any deleted comments. Usually I do see if a comment gets deleted, but the auto deleted censored comments, I do not see them. Even as the owner of the channel. Try to use different words, I don't know. YouTube is very sensible to words.
Yes.
So be careful when you type your messages.
Defending objective.
I don't know why it got deleted.
In position.
I guess this is a question for YouTube. Back to the game, MarSy opens with Assault Marines through Armory. Suitable map for this build. In the left, Lord playing Eldar, he got his Rangers out. Makes the infiltration, and now Dark Reaper Stone. Rangers and Dark Reapers from the Eldar. Now this matchup much worse for the Space Marine, considered heavily in Eldar's advantage, Eldar's favor. Second squad of Assault Marines on the way. This one here manages to decap a point from the Eldar at the cost of losing one Assault Marine. Probably worth it. That's why you make Assault Marines. After all, you have to do some decaps, some economic damage, maybe kill a builder or two, harass those Guardians a bit, distract Eldar, keep him busy.
Under fire. Awaiting orders. Ever vigilant.
Yeah, you see, it still works, and I do not delete your brightness comments.
Yes, my lord.
I am so busy, I barely have time to look at the chat, so of course it's not me deleting any comments. It's either YouTube auto-deletion or a moderator would delete them But I will see if a moderator deletes any comments, and I can restore them, I think, if I want. 70-40 economy here for MarSy, no generator opening. Cannot afford that when you open through Assault Marines. The Eldar will try and defend from the Assault Marine harass, which is not easy to do. Surprisingly, the Eldar has to micro in order to beat Assault Marine harass. Definitely not easy. So if the map allows, I'd say it's a must that you play through Assault Marines in this matchup. If the Eldar player won't be experienced enough, if he won't have a perfect micro, he might even struggle with his ranged units, keeping them alive from the Assault Marines, so might eventually even win with this build. Later on you can equip the Assault Marines with melter grenades. They become effective, even more effective at harassing the economy, especially when they have the melter bombs, and they can also destroy vehicles. Get down a falcon in 2 grenades, I guess.
Scouts are waiting.
Yeah, that might be the case. 98-10 economy. 140-20. Man, economy gets really good for MarSy here, and it gets good fast. Only 68-20 for Lord. He's doing his best to keep himself alive in this game, I guess. Not looks difficult for him, to say the least. Struggles with the micro. Too bad MarSy doesn't have a skull probe in here to detect those rangers and tie them up as well. With just 2 squads of Assault Marines, MarSy denies the Eldar from taking 3 points on the map, 2 strategic points and a relic. That's very well done, I'd say. Well, MarSy was a top Space Marine player in his best time and age. Part of a powerful team also, Team HG, Holy Guns, with a lot of strong players back in the day. So not an easy matchup for Lord still. Dealing with such an experienced Space Marine player, not easy. We'll hit tier 2 soon, on a very low economy, however. MarSy is not far behind tech-wise. We'll hit tier 2 very soon as well, with a much better economy. Lord playing very passively in here, does not want to show any sign of counter harass or aggression. That will demand him to micro. He has to rely on a defensive playstyle as Eldar. Even reinforced those Guardians a bit, added the Warlocks. Got the relic here captured finally at the 7th minute, only manages to get the relic. Optics upgrade on the way for the Eldar. And MarSy will go for the machine cult. He knows damn good that the infantry will lose against warp spiders in tier 2. So he will mass vehicles instead. Massing Tempests and land speeders probably would be good. Even Dreadnoughts, although they are quite slow and get countered by Falcon with Fire Dragons. So I guess the best choice in this case for MarSy would be to go Tempests.
Until taken hold victory.
Probably the best, yeah. Tempest will be effective against both Vehicles, buildings, very good mobility. They have good damage to commanders also, and can even kill infantry. You only have to keep them alive, but once you have 5 Tempests up, it becomes a bit of a nightmare for the Eldar. Even Wraith Lords would struggle against the Tempests. And the Fire Dragons will be tied up by Assault Marines. Oh yeah, and MarSy will go for the Tempests. As expected. MarSy throwing a Melta bomb here into this LP2 will take it down in 5 seconds. First Tempest out, and even a squad of Space Marines got produced.
3 minutes until taking hold victory.
We'll need some more damage against infantry. Fire Dragons are here, going on harass. Looks like they get prepared for some harassing there. They better should prepare for some defenses. His base are gonna get assaulted by the Tempest soon. Here goes the first one. We'll focus that Bone Singer. Yeah, even a decent damage to infantry. Bone Singer's dying in seconds. A lack of control here. Not fast enough by Lord. A bit of mismanagement on his infantry. Distracted by this Tempest, I guess. Only one Tempest for now. Second one coming out. Snipers, scouts received the sniper rifles. Even that now can deal with the Fire Dragons, as well as the Assault Marines. What a domination this game from MarSy. He made it look easy. Very passive game from the Eldar, no doubt, but MarSy really made it look difficult for the Eldar this time. He was in control of this game the whole time. The third land speeder Tempest now on his way, and this looks desperate now for Eldar. He cannot even afford a support portal. Good one, Alex. Yeah. Well, lack of experience, I guess, on Lords. I'm not sure if Eldar was his main. Here we witness the end of Eldar. Thankfully, only Lord, I guess, played Eldar on this tournament, and he gets kicked out by Pride. I think this was their second game. I do not have the first game in this best of 3, and it was a 2-0 for MarSy, I assume. The first game might have been even more one-sided, since none of the players bothered to save it. And so we are done with the round of 8 in the winners bracket. I will make a short break, about 5 minutes I guess, and then we'll watch the round of 8 in the losers bracket, as well as switch to the round of 4 in the tournament. I will be back soon. Okay, I am back. One moment. And the stream is dead silent when I'm not here. No music this time. I'm not sure if it's still better or worse without any music on the background. I guess I will turn on the game music in a moment. Okay. So we are done with a round of 8 in the winners bracket. Took us about 2 hours. I will also make a food break in about 1 or 2 hours, we'll see. Now I have to prepare the replays for the losers bracket. All right. I hope the stream does not drop when I am alt tabbed. Do it like that. Okay. So in the round of 8 in the losers bracket, we will have 4 losers matching up against each other from the winners bracket. Pride, who got kicked by me, Sugar, who got kicked by Warkl, New got kicked by Mixalich, and Lord by MarSy. These 4 players will be playing against each other in a best of 1 in the losers bracket. First, we'll start with New versus Lords. Blast says I should turn on the volume, turn lower, but I cannot go lower. It's the lowest you can get. As you can see, my sound settings in the game are the lowest possible, cannot get lower than that. So in the top side, on Fata Morga, they decide to go on this map in a best of 1. Well, I guess it's a perfect map for a best of 1, very well balanced, played by all the players, and probably the most popular map even to this day. We have a Lord with Eldar here. Opens with 2 Guardians, Rangers, and in the lower position New with Imperial Guards, doing his standard thing also. Max, you also enjoyed the playlist. Yeah, I also do enjoy it a lot. However, when you listen to it over and over again, it gets a bit repetitive. I guess I will just stick with game soundtrack for this stream. Course, command squad out. Commissar on the way, 2 squads of Guardians only in this matchup. Well, still standard, still acceptable. Again, Rangers from Lords and Farseer. Changed his build a bit from the previous game. Command squad probably will go and harass into the Eldar's base. He will avoid fighting those Rangers. It would play to Eldar's favor. He can simply run away from the command squad all day long and not receive any damage. So New has to ideally deal some economy damage, kill a Bone Singer or 2, destroy a generator if possible. And here New begins his aggression. Sends a squad of guardsmen with a commissar and a fully reinforced command squad towards the Eldar's base. Shows some aggression and will try and make Eldar's life as difficult as possible. If you don't do that early game, it gets only worse later on. You have to force the Eldar players to micro. That's when they start making mistakes. And New will even place a turret here, a sort of a turret rush, you can name it, by New. Not really a rush, but he will try to take this position with the help of a turret and deny the Eldar 2 points. Now I don't know why the Farseer got attached to the Rangers. Usually we do not see that done by the more experienced Eldar. I guess he did not want to tank the damage with the Farseer and trade the Rangers instead. Not a good idea. Rangers are quite expensive also, 40 to 5. Actually not as expensive as I thought. A scout feels even more expensive, in fact, except it does not cost power. LP2 in here being taken down by the command squad and Tech Priest killed by the Guardians and Farseer. Lord will not allow New to build the turret here. He will fight back. Fight back now or never. Yeah, you should not allow Imperial Guard to build up turrets like that so easily. Invest everything you've got into fighting them back, just do not allow them to build turrets, infantry commands on your side. It will only get worse. 70-40-20 economy here for New, Ghost Tier 2 on a low economy. Now I like how he's doing it. Did not upgrade LP2s at all, and will also destroy that generator. Yeah, Max, you're right, they cannot go infiltrated mode, but Lord doesn't even have the infiltration research, I believe. You don't really need infiltrated Rangers if you can micro with them properly. You always keep the range with them, they do not get the damage. So why having them infiltrated? I guess infiltrated they deal a bit more morale damage, but there's a Psyker here on the command squad which can detect, so probably going infiltrated Rangers wouldn't be wise, at least in this case. Another Mind War here cast on the Tech Priest, kills him immediately. Nice ability, man. Normal race. Kills a commander in one click. Well, could have cast it on the general and also kill the general. He's got exactly the amount of HP that can be taken down by Mind War alone. Looks like Lord is gonna lose this fight. Rangers without morale. Farseer had to be disattached long ago from that squad in order to fight with higher morale. Well, the Farseer ability will end. The turret probably will get finished eventually. Yeah, a Tech Priest staying close to it, but it's not building. I don't get what he's doing here. Probably stuck. No idea why he was not ordered to build that turret by now. Lord not going tier 2 yet. Build another 2 generators. 98 to 30 economy on Imperial Guard and he is tier 2. Will get upgraded guardsmen soon. And he can still hold this position on the Eldar side. Well, going Rangers in this matchup is a terrible idea, I guess. You do need Dark Reapers. I think I've mentioned that build a million times in the past. Preferably double Dark Reaper squad into fast tier 2, fast Falcon. Nobody's playing that build lately because Imperial Guard players also learned to play against it much better. Going for aggressive turret rushes like this one. But still would have been better than Farseer and Rangers, I think. If you get a lot of Dark Reapers, if you've got a good micro, the Farseer, I think it can get better than what we see here. LP2 upgrade here from Lord, it will go down. As soon as it goes up, Lord decides to cancel the LP2. Good decision. No need to waste resources. He had to go tier 2 long ago. He was floating and still floating on power. Completely lost on what he should do, I guess. Not enough game knowledge. I assume Lord was an even newer player compared to new. Not enough game knowledge. The micro could be better. Two turrets in here now. No Wraith Tomb even got researched to be cast on the turrets. Painful game for the Eldar. Very nice aggression by New. He knew what to do in this matchup. I think if he played like that against Mixalich, maybe he'd have higher chances to win. No idea why he rushed with his LP2s against Mixalich. He needed faster tactical control or faster tier 2. No need for LP2s. Now looks like Eldar's army got a bit stronger, but too late. He's lost the map. Now with the grenades and tier 2 abilities from the command squads, the Eldar army will get finished. And GG gets called. Lord realizes New is tier 2, while he is still tier 1, cannot stop the Chimera with anything. Yeah, probably not a good place for Lord in tournaments like this one. Definitely not enough experience and not enough game knowledge. And maybe not even his main race, I don't know. Well done by New. And next game between the losers, Pride versus Sugar. Again, Dark Eldar versus Orks once more. Dark Eldar suffering today. Well, I guess Orks and Necrons, they are most difficult matchups. With Necrons still doable on some maps, with Orks it's a lot more difficult. Oh, they also struggle against Chaos, I believe. The Defiler mass is a problem. So we've got Pride in the left hand side of the map with Orks and Sugar with Dark Eldar on the right. Yeah, that's what New did in the end, Alex. He made a Chimera and Lords left. Trust me, I've seen worse games in vanilla. So It's not so terrible watching even these average or even new players to 1v1 here in Soulstorm. The early days in vanilla were more ridiculous. Two mandrakes from Sugar. JGHAMO, yeah, might be. I don't know how to read the G in his nickname. Probably you have to ignore it, yeah. So JGHAMO gets out a squad of warriors and has enough for the homuncles to go aggressively into that orc. It will take some time until the homuncles gets out, however. And the Warkl already has this point under control. Problem for Dark Eldar. His plan won't work out too well. The big mech is here, can easily fight a squad of warriors, and the shooter boys can micro a squad of mandrakes. No, it's definitely not JGHAMO. I've heard how Russians pronounce it. It's more like Alex said, closer to the Alex version. 56 to 10 income here for the Dark Eldar. He's got much better start now compared to the game against Warkl. I guess Warkl was a lot more aggressive compared to Pride now. Pride prefers a safer early game, more defensive, economy oriented, while Warkl played more aggressively, at least in this matchup. Second generator up here for Orks, very good map control already, all the points captured, a critical location, and another two will be captured soon. A bit slower with map control from JGHAMO. Good thing his mandrakes are still alive, he's getting his heroes prepared. Got the homunculus, the Archon with 3 other members equipped, how are they called, in Incubus. The more Incubo you have on the Archon attached, the longer the Archon stun will last, and the malediction as well. So it's good to have loads of those guys attached to the Archon. Added to the Archon squad, makes him a lot more stronger, a lot more tanky. Can deal tons of damage. Now here a mistake from Pride, had to focus this much faster. Pride will manage to fight back the Dark Eldar from here. Good placement of the payload guns behind the LP2. So if the Archon tanks into the LP2, it will eventually get damaged by the payload guns as well. No need to place it in front. This is a very good placement here from Pride. 2 squads of shooter boys with the big shooters now. Big mech with Slugger boys attached, and another Slugger boy squad will keep getting those crits on the map. The 35 population banner is up. Still cannot get the blaster yet. Builds the 45 banner now. Still has more than enough boys in here to fight Dark Eldar's infantry. Very low numbers of infantry from JGHAMO. Needed 3 or 4 squads of warriors and try to put an end to work in tier 1. Not sure why he placed another 2 generators. Looks like the Archon is gonna die in here. Slowly. Getting lots of damage by those big shooters. And the mecha easily dealing with the squad of warriors. One squad down, another one comes out. A bit of mismanagement from the Dark Eldar, not controlling his units properly. Good to know, Max. Thank you for sharing this. Does this apply to vanilla Soulstorm as well, or just unification mods? Interesting. The Archon loses most of the incubi that were added to the squad. Only the Archon alone left now, heavily focused by the big shooters, half HP down. JGHAMO, who somehow also got killed, probably in that fight here, a terrible fight for Dark Eldar. And so Pride pushes into the Dark Eldar base, no mercy, no overextension needed, no word tracks. The custom gadgets research is here, and probably even the blaster got researched. I might have missed. Definitely a ton of damage now being dealt by the big shooters. And the Archon goes down. The mech is still alive. And Dark Eldar loses most of his stuff in here. The LP2s will not win him the game. Big mech and the boys will take it down easily. And so it goes down. 140-30 economy for Dark Eldar, but cannot do anything with this. He had to mass up a lot more infantry when he had the chance, instead of building the generators in here. And a solid game, solid victory from Pride. Very well played. Good economy, good infantry mass, a good combination to counter the Dark Eldar infantry, even kinda one-sided. So we are done with the round of 8 in the losers bracket. Time to move to the round of 4 in the winners bracket. We'll prepare the replays. In the round of 4, 2 rounds, 2 best of 3s, I mean. It will be me versus Warkl and Mixalich versus MarSy. Probably a Space Marine mirror that will be very interesting to watch, so let's jump right into it. That's right, a Space Marine mirror between this can maybe even name him gods of this faction. Yeah, both of them very strong. Actually, both MarSy and Mixalich managed to play against each other a lot in the past. It always was a close game or round between them if they played in tournaments. Sometimes MarSy was winning, sometimes Mixalich. Let's see who will win this day. In the left-hand side on Outer Reaches, first game, MarSy with a black color scheme, and on the right-hand side, Mixalich with Ultramarines.
Scouts reporting for duty.
Sends 2 squads of scouts on harass. Might be best if you consider your opponent rusty. He might have a hard time fighting the scout harass early game. From MarSy, only 3 squads of scouts. A bit of a slow reaction with this squad. He will not stay and fight. If outnumbered, they already received a lot of damage. Will simply run away.
Awaiting orders.
So 3 scouts from MarSy and the tactical marines. From Mixalich 4 scouts and Force Commander on the way, a more classic build.
Area secured. Scouts here. Scouts in position. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord.
Harassing each other right now with the scouts, a bit of a difficulty following that. MarSy here decides to decap a point, but they will not manage. The Force Commander is here. Will they really survive? Oh boy. The heavy cover saved this squad during the decap, but still not worth it, I think. Losing the scouts early on, not a good thing. Should not happen by any means. Looks like Mixalich decided to trade, but he might manage to save the scouts, yeah. He also does a decap, a much better decap for Mixalich, managed to save the scout squad while MarSy didn't.
Yes, my lord.
And his point is still not captured for MarSy. MarSy outnumbered in here, no chances for him. Now he can stay and fight with 2 squads of tactical marines. Now it's possible. Map control wise not bad, does not look one-sided for any of them. However, something will happen very soon. The Force Commanders very close to each other. MarSy manages to surround Mikhalich's Force Commander in here. He got stuck. Finally manages to hit in close combat once, but what an unfortunate thing to happen here for Mixalich. Loses the Force Commander, loses the Space Marine squad, a lot of members getting killed. And looks like MarSy gets on top of this game. Yeah, unexpected.
Under fire. Taking heavy fire.
62-0 economy here for Mixalich. He can still keep playing, not a bad economy. Same economy, however, for MarSy. Except he's got a full HP Force Commander. And Mixalich doesn't. And that's a big deal. I guess Mixalich will simply give up. Yeah, he says GG. And will not overextend. He knows it's useless against MarSy. At this point, MarSy knows perfectly what to do. How to keep this advantage going. And Mixalich losing game 1. A 4-minute game. Yeah, mirrors can be rough. 9 marines killed by MarSy, 6 by Mixalich. I guess mostly scouts died. One micro mistake from Mixalich basically lost him the game. Jumping into game 2 on Blood River, I guess it's Mikhalich's map pick, Blood River. The losers usually pick the maps.
Yes, most beneficent one. Scouts reporting for duty. Scouts here.
In the lower left position, MarSy once again with Space Marines. 3 squads of scouts, as in the previous game. If it works, why not repeat it? Not bad. Mixalich had a more expensive opening in the previous game, but it did not pay off. 4 scouts. The economy was supposed to be higher for Mixalich, a lot faster, and it wasn't. They had equal amount of income by the end of the 4th minute, by the end of the game even.
Yes, most beneficent. Position secure.
Mixalich this time decides to open with only 2 scout squads on Blood River, a squad of tactical marines and force commander after that. Now that's a big risk. A big risk you take if you know your opponent does not harass with the scouts. This might be good. If MarSy would have done a scout harassing here at the start, it would have been a nightmare for Mixalich. Instead, the tactical marines will get here a lot
Position secure.
a lot later than the scouts could have done it.
Scouts awaiting orders.
4 strategic points captured by MarSy. We'll try and get that critical location from the right, no scouts in there. And a fight going on between the tactical marines next to the river, closer to the Mikhalich's base, expecting Mixalich to win this fight here. His force commander can get into the fight much faster compared to MarSy's commander, so MarSy goes back. Good micro on the scouts from both players, I love it. Both of them keeping the scouts alive, no need to suicide them early.
Yes, Lord.
Another attempt here, a clash between the force commanders. MarSy was quick enough to react with his force commander, but overlooked the squad of tactical marines. Did not retreat in time. A huge micro mistake here from MarSy, and he loses like, I don't know, 150 requisition or more in this fight. A lot of space marines under heavy focus still, and MarSy is outnumbered badly, forced back into his base. Strong attack here from Mixalich. Now manages to outnumber MarSy. If he can keep that up, he can win. A 74-0 economy. Finally MarSy loses a squad of scouts. Good focus from Mixalich on that one. Now that Mikhalich's force commander got lower HP, MarSy decides to start and fight in close combat. Maybe would be a good decision to attach the commander and send the whole squad in close combat. Back and forth right now. MarSy will manage to push Mixalich back from here. 68-0 economy for Mixalich, worse economy. Whoa, and Mixalich decides to build a turret. Now it gets equal on income. Both commanders with similar amounts of HP as of right now. Mixalich does not want to fight. He will retreat under this turret eventually. And the turret will focus the low HP space marines first. Painful. Very painful again for MarSy. Surprisingly high DPS from that turret on the tactical marines. Whoa, what a high damage. I probably underestimated the space marine turret. Very high damage to infantry.
Yes, Lord. Scouts ready.
And a very close mirror so far by now. 86-0 income for MarSy, 74-0 for Mixalich. None of the players got a generator up yet. Mixalich wants to keep this aggression going, keep his opponent busy, don't let him chill. And he goes in again through the river. First generator up for MarSy. Now time to build that armory. And good scouting in here from Mixalich. He sees what's up in this MarSy's base here. Now looks like the player decided to trade the relics. MarSy was out of position, closer to the enemy relic, sends a skull probe into that enemy turret to stun it, stop the turret from dealing any damage. And takes it down easily. Good DPS from the Space Marine turret, but very low HP. Still not nearly as good as the Chaos turret or Necron turret or the Imperial Guard turret while under the repair. Yeah, they exchange relics. Looks like MarSy decided to upgrade an LP2, which is not a good idea. It will not pay off. Being taken down in seconds, maybe killed a Marine or two, and that's it. Should have built armory instead, perhaps. And even build a minefield. That's expensive stuff. That LP2 and the minefield might play to MarSy's disadvantage, in fact, instead of helping him. A base trade here. They do not want to fight each other yet. Instead of LP2s and minefields, Mixalich built the armory. So he will have an upgraded mass of Marines, while MarSy will have raw tier 1 Marines without upgrades, and that will be a big problem in the next fight for MarSy. MarSy charges in. Mixalich does not have the upgrades researched yet, but still will manage to beat MarSy in here. Finally, the tacticals for Mixalich got their bionic and the flamers. And now it starts to look ugly for MarSy, of course. Only now he builds the armory. Plasma pistol up for the force commander. And Mixalich can even push now through the river with his HP upgrade, no problem. Even if he would do some micro mistake, he can still fight with stronger upgraded Marines. MarSy cannot approach the enemy yet, so he will decide to stick with the base trade. Both of them will continue with the base trades, and they have no idea who will win this. The base trade, I mean. Two LP1s taken down, generator taken down, and an unfinished generator here even for MarSy. Unfortunate, to say the least, for MarSy. Maybe some poor decisions were made this game from his side. Still no bionics for the Marines, only now being researched. Not a significant upgrade, but still good to have it. It allows you to also research optics for Marines in tier 1. Chapel barracks down for MarSy. The trade goes on. And looks like MarSy is gonna lose his base faster than Mixalich will, at least the stronghold. This one goes down faster. 56-0 economy for Mixalich. This is his map vision. Got a skull probe in there as well. Can drop a building later. Maybe the HQ, if he can afford it later. Much better economy and map control wise for MarSy. And he's even got the control taken hold count down. If he only he would kill those scouts somehow. Won't happen. And MarSy's HQ goes down. That's a big problem for MarSy. He even gave up destroying Michalich's HQ, and I think that was a big mistake from MarSy. He had to keep focus. That stronghold, he's got better economy. Now actually the economies are equal. I don't even know, but it was a very close base trade. And now we'll see who will win in this fight finally. Looks like Michalich got more flamers in here, and the army positioning is much better. His units are grouped together, while MarSy did a bad engagement at the start. Michalich having the upper hand in this fight from the very beginning. And looks ugly. A squad of Marines from MarSy lost morale. The HP on the first commander is much lower, and GG gets called by MarSy. A very close mirror game. Too bad it was a base trade. I wonder what would happen if he kept destroying Michalich's stronghold instead of going back and defend his base. Was too late. So the score now tied 1-1. A very close game. 44 units killed by Michalich. He had faster upgrades and felt like he had better unit management, at least throughout the whole game this time. MarSy's turret and mines did not pay off. He had a turret close to his relic and a minefield which have not touched a single squad of Michalich. Not a single scout squad or a tactical marine squad. Got killed by those. So game 3 won battle Marshes. In the top position, Michalich with Ultramarines versus MarSy in the lower position.
Scouts reporting for duty.
Very close to first 2 games overall. This time from MarSy, 4 scouts opening. He knows what to do when Michalich opens with just 2 scouts, but it's not the case this time. He will do 3 scouts and fast tactical marines. MarSy decides to go on harass. Well, it would have worked a lot better if Michalich did a 2 scout opening, I guess. With 3 scouts, he will be fine. He will still manage to get the map slowly. Tactical Marine squad out, first commander will follow, no generator, of course, very risky to start with a generator in mirror. In Space Marine mirror, in Chaos mirror even.
Scouts awaiting orders.
MarSy will keep his scouts alive, nice micro in there. 2 scout squads will get the strategic points at home. Now in here, he might actually manage to decap this. Yeah, a scout reinforces on time. And maybe we'll even escape with that squad. Hi Shagaft, you are very late to the party. MarSy pushes into MarSy's base. The first commander is here to meet Michalich's tactical marine squad.
Yes, most beneficent one.
Defending objective.
We stand ready.
Position secure.
What would you have me do?
38-0 economy here for Michalich on the 2nd minute.
Defending objective.
56-0 for MarSy. Faster economy for MarSy.
Yes, my lord.
What would you have me do? Ever vigilant. The Emperor protects. My faith is my shield.
Yes, Lord.
Under fire. The Emperor protects.
Yes, Lord.
Scouts awaiting orders. Area secured.
Yeah, slightly better economy for MarSy right now. And here the fight begins. A better engagement from Mixalich with the Force Commander damaged the MarSy's commander quite a bit. Almost down to half HP. However, Mixalich lost more tactical marines. I don't even know what's worse. Trading Force Commander HP or tactical marines. Probably tactical marines, they are so expensive. Oh, that's terrible now for MarSy. He has to stop and fight when the stun happens. No need to always run away. And the Force Commander must be attached to the squad of tactical marines. Play safer, please. Second squad of tactical marines out for MarSy. But his HP is red now on the commander. No relic under control for MarSy. Mixalich trying to get one in there. Mixalich outnumbered in this fight, but he's got more HP on the Force Commander still, so he can keep fighting. MarSy's commander almost down, and now heavily focused by both tactical marines and enemy Force Commander might go down. Yeah, he stops on 3 HP and goes down. Not the best fight from MarSy. Has to order it right away from the barracks again. Hi Karat, it's Dawn of War Soulstorm 1.3, the Steam version, yeah. It's vanilla Soulstorm, not vanilla Dawn of War, if that's what you mean. Three squads of tactical marines in here, still fighting strong by MarSy. Without the Force Commander, however. And MarSy cannot afford another Force Commander. All of his requisition goes into this tactical marines reinforcement. I think it was a mistake by MarSy to stay in this heavy cover and fight. He had to retreat, I don't know, and get that Force Commander ASAP back on the battlefield. Mixalich knows he will eventually win with the Force Commander still ready, still green HP. More than enough to tie up a squad of Space Marines for a long time here. MarSy brings his scouts. Well, if not the Force Commander, at least should have added some sniper rifles on the scouts. Try and drop morale of the Ultramarines. Still, 3 squads of tacticals from MarSy. 1 squad almost down, lost morale, had to retreat. Well, you can call vanilla whatever you like. It's vanilla Soulstorm, not vanilla Dawn of War. Mixalich wins this fight in here. Strong fight in here from Mixalich. Some micro mistakes from MarSy. Could have been better, could have been worse. Still a nice mirror best of 3. A close one, and Mixalich manages to get it on top 2-1 and advances to the semi-finals in this tournament. In the end, he killed a lot more Marines, I guess, with his Force Commander, so he won the fight. I think MarSy has to order that Force Commander again. And the next best of 3 in the round of 4, me against Warkl. The first map on Tranquility's end. Not a bad map for me. Maybe not so good for Necrons, but for my playstyle it's suitable, I think. Then you also have a bit of negative cover around the map, which also plays to the Necrons' favor when they get out of the base. They do not get affected by the negative cover. And there are no heavy covers on this map. Not that I can see, which means Necrons have a good life in here. When you have both heavy cover and negative cover, it's more balanced, since Necrons wouldn't get any bonuses. Warkl in the lower position, starting with the boys hut and generator. 2 slugger boy squads, no, 3 slugger boy squads. Wants a very fast map control. No shooter boys from Warkl. I'm going to build up economy slowly. Sending 2 scarabs to get 2 strategic points a bit faster than usual. Expecting Warkl to play aggressively perhaps, might be. Getting the closest one first. I will need this to defend the generators on this side when upgraded to LP2. And the outer position. You either get it or do not allow your opponents to get it. 6 generators, 4 of them already built. That would be plus 70 income when they get finished, and I guess I will build even more. Slugger boys early game not a threat at all for Necrons. Warkl sees that I want to take this point in here, sends his slugger boys to decap. The big mech is here to fight my Necron warriors, jumps into them and will force me back into the base. He deals insane amounts of damage even on the move, close combat damage and ranged. I'm sending my second squad of scarabs on the outer point on the left to decap. Don't allow the opponent to get the outer points too easily. And also decapping this one here. Good reaction time from me. Very often lately I would miss the decaps. In this game it worked well. Placing the 7th generator, the Ork infantry is still not a threat for me. Keeping the scarabs close to this point, we'll need them to decap, and this one here. Mandatory decaps on these points. If you do not decap, Ork gets Gosu economy and you cannot fight them. Another decap on both points, very good. The Necron Lord is out. Trading Necron warriors also here in exchange for big mech HP, dropping his HP to half. Another good thing to happen in my favor. And a third squad of Necron warriors is on the way. Very slowly reinforcing those Necron warriors. I will need to fight for the outer positions, I guess, a bit later. Necron Lord jumps into an Ork LP2. I guess I can take it down easily if it will not be repaired. And usually, instead of getting the point from the left hand side, I would go and take the opponent's point on this map from the right. I think it's better to do it like that. Bye Max, thank you for joining. and have fun watching later.
We're under attack! Yeah.
Warkl does not want to fight my mass of Necron warriors here, he will give up on this LP2. And so I take it down. Orks economy drops to 92 to 10, my economy increases to plus 90 soon. And I am saving some power to go tier 2. Another jump with the Necron Lord. Apparently his LP1 on the relic wasn't even finished yet. I'm not sure if he cancelled it. I managed to cancel his LP1. He probably lost 90 requisition if he did not delete the post. And focusing his other LP1 here, he does not have anything at home to defend. I even upgraded my Necron warriors. I decided to play a more aggressive tier 1.5 game by the look of it. Something unexpected. Well, definitely unexpected for Warkl, I'd say. Most of them knew me by playing a defensive game, I guess, so I think he did not expect this early aggression with the Necron warriors. And he is not prepared to stop it. He's losing an LP1 in here and will even lose the relic apparently. He's trying to take down a generator for ages now in my base. Too late, I teleport my Necron warriors back and he will fail. Managed to outplay Warkl in here, at least in the early game. Economy plus 90. And surprisingly, Warkl's economy is still very high. He took 2 points from my side. 97 to 20 economy for Orks. Very good economy, considering he's lost 3 points in a row. And he lost the relic now. Will take him a while to recover. Going right for tier 2.5, no global upgrades, just play standards. I do that from time to time. Catch my opponent by surprise. Although it's pure standard Necron playstyle. Necron Lord gonna suffer in here. I'm not sure if he's got the jump. Apparently he does. No artifacts, however, for the Necron Lord yet. And I do not have the teleportation on my Necron warriors to jump back in the base and save the generators. That's a problem right now. And I have no idea how I will deal with it. One squad of Necron warriors still had the jump. It was not wasted on them. And Warkl gets out his knobs in the meantime, his tier 2. The economy is acceptable, however the mech is very low on HP. If he loses the mech, he will be in a bit of a trouble. Can't really afford to lose the mech with this economy. 2 squads of knobs. No, only 1 squad, but they somehow tie up 2 squads of Necron warriors. I guess it's possible when you click attack move, they split. In the base I'm losing a squad of Necron warriors to the Storm Boys. Also brought my Necron Lord in here. Managed to save that squad, almost dead. Reinforced it. The Greater Summoning Koi is up, getting a destroyer and the second upgrade for the Necron warriors, as well as the power upgrade. I guess I had a bit of float. Well, no float right now. I cannot afford even basic units to fight the Ork back and defend myself at this point. Have to invest everything in destroyers or infantry. And I cannot afford the Necron Lord artifacts just yet. Good stun on the destroyer from the mech. He will manage to take down a generator in there. Storm Boys move in as well. He will suicide into the generators, apparently. Still, he can also fight my army, and he will destroy my economy. Very bad thing to happen for me, no doubt. Lost 3 generators already, and I even struggle fighting back the Orks. Looks very ugly. My only option is to keep making these destroyers and somehow tie up those tank busters or kill them. Destroyers are my only hope to survival in this game. But once I stop the Ork attack, Warkl will find himself in a terrible position as well, because he will lose all the boys. He will probably lose all the boys in my base, from what I can see. Yeah, 1 squad of knobs going down in there. So he's trading all of his infantry for my generators. I lost like 6 or 7 generators, probably 6. I also managed to kill a lot of greenskins now with this counter attack. Following the greenskins nicely in here. Warkl loses a lot of boys. Still, he's got map control domination, got the relic back. Only 1 critical location, however, decaps my relic. 37 income for me, 140-20 for Orks. Very ugly economy for me right now, but I can recover. My army feels stronger right now compared to the Orks army. The only problem is mobility. I cannot move fast enough into his base with a counterattack, so it will take a while. Got a phone call. Keep fighting the Orks in here with my mass approaching the Ork base. Hi Apache, welcome to the stream. Yeah, Warkl cannot afford fighting my Necrons in here. One moment. I need to check something. Alright, back into this game. A bit of back and forth. Rebuilding my economy slowly in the meantime. Warkl gets his mech back into the game, gets more storm boys, which do not fight very well against the Necron warriors when massed in such big numbers. Even though the knobs would suffer when combined with destroyers. What Warkl needs, I think, is a mech shop. I will manage to push back his infantry without much trouble. He keeps harassing my points and taking them down. Yeah, keeps jumping around with the Storm Boys and Big Mech.
We're under attack! The boss, who is getting shot, is ready for a fight.
Jumping into my base once again with the Mech and Storm Boys. I cannot teleport back right now, it seems, and again he will take down more of the generators. I will have to trade economy. Brought out a squad of Necron warriors, a destroyer fighting here. Well, not really fighting, but winning me some time until the teleportation on the Necron warriors will reload. And there's no anti-vehicle from Warkl in here to deal with all these destroyers. Got 3 of them now. And even 2 LP2s. I guess I am safe at home, I won't even need to teleport back. We'll just keep pushing with my Necron warriors into the work base.
We're under attack! You need something fixed.
Orks pathing themselves in between the destroyers, fighting them in close combat. Well, that's what happens when you go into destroyer close combat, you get some pathing. So nobody's complaining here. Trying to micro away from those close combat units. Ordering a squad of flayed ones. My economy is still acceptable. I can support the Necron warrior reinforcements. And now even we'll bring the flayed ones on the battlefield, perhaps a bit later than it should have happened. Having them earlier would have helped a lot against the nobs, dropping morale. No doubt.
Boss, who is getting shot? What is it?
Which way?
We're ready.
Pushing back the enemy infantry. Let's check on economies. 67 to 19 for Orks. 87 income for me, and it will only get better. I again, like in the game with Pride on Blood River, I have to build those generators non-stop now throughout the course of the game. Not necessarily a bad thing, in late it plays to my advantage, having fresh generators up.
You are fortunate that I permit you to bask in my glory. You need something. No one's bigger. All mated We're ready. Sodom, boss. Who is getting shot? Don't bother me. I'm working on something.
Another attempt from Warkl to go in my base. He has to keep me at home somehow. He knows I'm marching with my Necron warriors towards him. But surprise, this time I also have the flayed ones and I have 3 destroyers to fight back his orcs. The big mech dies, no more jumps for the nobs. And the storm boys will die as well. While my march of Necron warriors will reach the orc base. 66 economy for Orks, very low income, he cannot recover. He's lost everything, and we'll now have this good old habit from Warkl. He loves to overextend, even when he loses he will hold and maybe even place hidden HQs on the map. That's Warkl style. I hit tier 3 and get my second upgrade for power. Power is never enough on Necrons. You must get as much as you can of it. 4 squads of Necron warriors in here. Looks like 4 squads, yeah, but not fully reinforced. And nothing to deal with the destroyers. Warkl does not have any vehicles, no war tracks to deal with. My destroyers, cannot stop them. Not sure why they stopped shooting. The shooting work buildings do not scare me, and I push in. The mech shop is up now, but way too late. Once again, I think the work needed vehicles a lot earlier in order to deal with those destroyers. Tank bust is not enough against destroyers. They suffer against the Necron Lord, Wraiths. Even Necron Warrior mass, when detected, can be easily killed. My economy restores 104 income. And I am tier 4 already. Well, it's the 20th minute. Warkl with 44 to 18 income. I guess we need to speed up a bit. I will hold and not attack into the HQ yet. Waiting for the monolith, I guess. Okay, finally the first war track on the 21st minute. Quite late. My monolith is already up and will slowly approach the Orc base. Yeah, you can see here the effectiveness of the war track against a destroyer. Not very high damage, but when you mass them in big numbers, they work fine. They not only deal vehicle damage, they also slow down the vehicle if they have the bomb chaka upgraded. Only now I'm building the Forbidden Archive in tier 4. Basically a game without Necron Lord artifacts from me. Pure standard play. Even artifacts weren't necessary. Focused on a fast Necron Warrior mass upgrade.
5 minutes.
Necron Lord artifacts can be too expensive and very often would not pay off if you get them early. Depends on the playstyle a lot. Still tier 2 from Warkl, he will hold strong like a true Orc until the end. The monolith is here and he still would not quit. He will keep fighting. I'm getting the Solar Pulse, Phase Shift and probably Phylactery for the Necron Lord. And finally time to exterminate the Orcs on my homeland basically. Played a lot on this map. 3 destroyers hunting that big mech, he got killed. Cute color scheme also on the Necrons. Looks very nice on them. His HQ goes down and his barracks as well as the mech shop will go down. Well, good slaughter, nice show here in the end. Powerful march of the Necrons, and I even say well played as a punishment for Warkl because he overextended this, did not leave when he had the chance. Good game and well played. on both sides, I guess. Warkl probably tried his best. It was not bad at all, especially early to mid game. Later on he started to suffer, however. Looks like he didn't really know what to do against pure standard Necron mass. Strange. Less investment in the knobs and a faster tier 3 into the flash gates might have worked to kill the Necron warriors. Plus I had no artifacts to stop the flash gates. Destroyers were a problem also. Needed either tier 3 faster or vehicles a lot more faster. So I double his kill amount. Very nice one. And even economy in the end. I think my economy was much higher. As a result, I will make a short break. Have to check who called me. It wasn't anything urgent, so it could wait. And we'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. Let me reopen the chat. Had it closed during the last game and see what happens in here, if anything at all. Usually you guys love to stay silent during my streams. I don't know why. For now I see some activity. Keep it up with the activity in chat. Always good to read it. And I do read the live stream chat usually after the streams. Again, if you do not manage to get started with the stream at the start, you can still watch it later on my channel. You will have both the full stream available as well as the live chat. Usually the live chat takes a day or two to appear. Once the YouTube is done with the processing. Alright, jumping into the third game for this best of 3. I do not have the second game, but I think it was on Shrine of Excellion, and Warkl probably won it in the same fashion as Pride did, if I'm not mistaken. I could not find this game. Even the organizer of the tournament did not include it in the replay pack, so apologies about that. Usually I do not save defeats on Shrine of Excellion, but I believe it was pretty much identical with the game I had against Pride. Something similar, most likely. Okay, third game on Fata Morga. This is my map pick after losing the second game. The score is 1-1 currently. In the upper position with another Necron color scheme, a pink one. And in the lower position, Warkl with Orks. Standard opening again with 3 Slugger Boys. Well, you can also call this standard 3 Slugger Boys and Generator. It's also acceptable in many matchups. With this build you get the map a lot faster. And against Necrons you could try and take their points a bit faster. Here I'm building up my generators, the lovely build up, and a turret now placed after the 6th generator. A turret on the high ground which will also reach the capping squad, at least one member of that squad, and provide some vision. A vision which you could use to decap the point. However, it's not necessary to rush with the decap. He will not be able to build it anyway, so you can do that later as well. 2 Necron warrior squads out, no Necron Lord on the way yet, only now it's on the way after the 7th generator got placed. Decapping now that strategic point he took from me. Can't really place LP1 on it because of the turret. It would reach and destroy it. Probably, you know, 1 or 2 hits, something like that. So Warkl gave up on trying to take that point. Instead, he will take the relic. Nothing stops him from that. The mech here trading his HP for the scarabs, terrible thing to do. Do not repeat after Warkl in this case. He tried to kill a squad of scarabs, well, he succeeded and cancelled the decap, but at what cost? He lost like 2/3 of mech HP by killing a squad of scarabs, which I can produce again for free. Only costs me some time. And we'll give Warkl some income from this relic for a few more seconds or a minute. And his mech will regenerate slowly. Looks like Warkl is rushing into tier 2 once again. Focuses those scarabs again. Not sure why he went tier 2 to produce Storm Boys now. Okay, he will make Storm Boys and Nobs after that. He had some float on requisition. Can afford both. Storm Boys can always be put to work if you use them to get points around the map or harass Necrons, obelisks, or even maybe take down a generator from Necron. You can always keep them busy. Oh, and I've got the famous mouse bug. Cannot move below the taskbar. I have to alt-tab, I guess it will fix it. Yeah, that's what fixes this bug. Not sure what triggers it. Still. Here I'm building like what? The 9th generator already, plus 100 from this one will be, and a second turret, as well as upgrade my obelisks. More and more LP2s for defenses won't hurt. And from Warkl, only 2 LP2s in the base. He does not upgrade the outer ones. He probably expected the Necron warrior mass and was scared to upgrade them. I don't know.
Until take and hold victory.
Now, no need to fight the Nob squad and the big mech with the Necron Lord if he's got no artifacts. Good jump from Warkl, he knew exactly where the turret is placed. He saw from when he got that point. Jumps into it, and I will likely lose it. Don't have artifacts to enable phase shifts. Sudden attack from Warkl, and looks like I'm saving the turret with the repair. And Necron Lord disruption might still be taken down. Gets upgraded now. 2 turrets upgraded. This one, no, that one. Something focused the big mech. He lost a lot of HP. Yeah, this upgraded turret focuses the big mech. And Warkl's attack fails. Now that was unexpected. 110 to 30 here for Orks, more than enough still to keep fighting in tier 2. However, he should not give me too much time. My income now 125 once this is finished. Got the global upgrade. Got nice defenses in the base against Orks combination of units. Big mech alive, however. And there's a Nob squad in here. No, 2 Nob squads and a squad of Slugger boys. No, just 2 Nob squads. Yeah, the Nob leader almost looks like a Slugger boy. Got me confused a bit. Taking hold, countdown, 3 minutes left. Until Warkl wins, I have to decap. Good harass, keeps me busy also on the top side, in the base. I will not get the artifacts just yet. They can wait, prioritizing this greater summoning core. Destroyers would be of great help in this situation against Ork infantry mass. And looks like I might manage to hold this Ork attack.
We're under attack! Green is best! Green is best!
2 minutes until taking hold victory.
140-30 economy. On Orks, his critical locations keep getting decapped, his economy drops considerably each time I decap one of his points. He's got no global upgrades and no LP2s. That's a bit of a problem for the Orks. Not enough income on requisition. Yeah, that's some nice turret placements, no doubt. Probably the best you can get. Have to keep them in range of the generators preferably, especially in this matchup. Orks love to suicide into Necron generators. Here I follow a squad of knobs with 2 destroyers. Just right click on them. No Necron warrior mass this time from me. 3 turrets in the base will defend my Arbor economy. 125. That's as soon as I hit tier 2 almost. That's almost too high. Getting the lightning field since the knobs are fighting my Necron Lord in close combat. And Warkl's only anti-vehicle squad gets chased by a Wraith. They are not being allowed to deal any damage to my destroyers. Sad day for Warkl. And I go tier 3. No need to overextend in tier 2, build monoliths, just click that tier 3 and maybe go even right into tier 4 after that. Warkl has a hard time dealing even with these three destroyers I've gotten here. He sends his storm boys into the base. I am not reacting to repair, only now I do. That's a good trick, in fact, to start the repairing once the turret gets below half HP. A trick I've learned from Womble. He once told me that if you do not start the repair immediately, it's less likely that the opponent will focus your scarabs. He will think you either do not look there, but it's actually a trick, you outsmart the Warkl like that. So you only start the repair after the building goes below half HP. And you keep both the building alive and the scarabs. Basically, the building will deal damage for a longer period of time. Send my 3 destroyers back closer to the base. They should be able to deal with these knobs in here, as well as those tank busters now getting detected by the scarabs. So, all the games we've watched so far, it felt like Ork lacks proper anti-vehicle against Necrons in terms of infantry at least. The tank busters, unless massed in like 3, 4, 5 squads, they are not enough to deal with the destroyers. 3 squads of tank busters in here, all of them fully reinforced, and only now they managed to take down 1 destroyer. And I could have saved the destroyer if I'd micro a bit better with that Lord and the Wraiths to tie up those tank busters more effectively. It's still possible to save. Not the best micro from me there. Hitting tier 3, the second global upgrade is up, pariahs are out. Building the 10th generator, which will provide me with another 30 income. My economy will go up to plus 180 once this generator is up, so definitely worth it. And since Warkl still controls my relic, I decide to build tier 4 on his side. He lost these 2 points to me. I got them. He's doing a good job at disrupting my Necron Lord with his tank busters. And even the Wraiths getting disrupted. I get the Nightmare Shroud once again.
3 minutes.
Gonna scare, yeah, but it failed. Wanted to scare these tank busters. Only now it worked, but it affected, well, 2 squads, not bad. Didn't affect all the Ork infantry. 80 to 20 income here from Warkl. The knobs now saw my tier 4 and will go for it. 3000 damage to go. I guess I'm saving economy now for my monolith. Oh, my economy is not 180, actually it's the 9th generator, not the 10th one. Yeah. Once you build the 10 generators, you get 180 if you've got both global upgrades. Right. This was the 9th one. Still more than enough economy to deal with Warkl's infantry here. He is not even tier 3 yet. And my monolith is on the way. Plenty of Necrons today, no need to... I mean, we saw a lot of different builds already. Economy boom, standard Necrons, Necron warrior mass, low economy Necrons, whatever you like, no need to stick with one build only. Another Nightmare Shroud, the tank bust is suiciding into that monolith. Can't really do much in here. And again Warkl overextending. He is long dead and out of this game. We'll try to overextend, I guess I will have to speed up a bit. Until my monolith hits his base. Hunting his knobs around. And summoning even the Nightbringer now, and Flayed Ones. Flayed Ones with tier 4 HP do not care about big shooters on those work buildings. Lord Destroyers coming out. Yeah, when Lord Destroyers are massed in big numbers, they deal good damage to both infantry, buildings, vehicles. Good damage to everything. So I've still got 10 generators. Apparently you get 165 with 10 if you have one monolith, but you get 180 if you have 2 monoliths. That's right. A detail I forgot already. My bad. Haven't played the game in a long time. And so Warkl gets exterminated, manages to hit tier 3 by the end. I'm gonna teleport my monolith right next to his HQ. Flash Gits are here. He even placed a bomb. Will scratch those flayed ones a bit. They still don't care about work damage. And so it ends again for work. Only barrack left for him. Well, I've used all units, I guess, in these games. All possible units except Immortals. There were no vehicles from the work players, so I didn't even need the Immortals. Oh, well, and look at that. Warkl took control of a critical location on the right and dropped an HQ in there. He left me wondering, where is his base? Yeah, funny a bit. A habit from Warkl to do that in 1v1 games. I'm gonna find his settlement with my wraiths. That's the only place left to scout. Killing his Gretchens in here, and that will be the end for sure. Heavy Destroyer's gonna deal with this HQ. And Warkl is out of the game. No, well played from me this time. Maybe he did not deserve it. He suicided a lot of stuff. Good point from iPatchy. No idea why he switched to knobs for so long when they were not effective at all against my unit types. A complete waste of resources, definitely. And so I take this best of 3 in the round of 4 with the score 2-1 once again. Difficult to get 2-0 in this matchup because of the maps. What do you mean, Shag? What's so funny? Okay, we are done with a round of 4 in the winners bracket. Let me check here. And we've got a round of 4 left in the losers bracket. Yeah, I said that because I think he could have done much better. On Tranquility's end, he did much better. On Fata Morgana, it pretty much failed. Everything he tried to do failed. Let me check that bracket once again. Yeah, the round of 4 in the losers bracket now will be played between the winners of the previous rounds here in the losers. I know it sounds pretty confusing, but that's how it is. MarSy from the winners bracket moves to the losers bracket and will have to play versus Pride, which kicked JGHAMO from the tournament. And New will be playing versus Warkl, that's right. New kicked Lord from the tournament in the losers bracket in the previous round, in the round of 8. New won and Pride won, so they move onward. So I guess we'll watch these 2 games and then I will make a food break. Yeah, let's get started. New versus Warkl on Tranquility's end. In the top position, New spawns with his main race, Imperial Guards. And Warkl in the lower position. This position loves Warkl.
Please, no more kissing.
No idea who will win this. I barely look at that bracket when I check it. Did not check who moved forward. I think I will put a link to the bracket in the video description after the stream ends. But it still won't be a spoiler for those who have not watched the stream in full. See you later, Shag. Standard opening here in the lower position by Warkl once again. Through the boys' hut, generator, and 2 Slugger boys squads. New wants to build a turret and play aggressively. Might be able to take or delay this point from the work.
We did it, sir.
Warkl sees it and cannot do much about that turret. It will go up.
Job's as good as boss. Green skins. Thought I smelled something.
And so Warkl cannot build the LP in here. Where is that big mech? Only now got out at the 2nd minute. Not sure what he was doing. 44 to 10 income. 44 to 10 for New. Basically the same map control for now.
I am on it.
And you might have figured my opponent in the semi-final. I will be playing against Mixalich next round.
My devotion is assured.
In the semi-finals, once we are done with these 2 games in the losers bracket, we're gonna watch that semi-final. Actually, not so many games on the tournament. It might not be as long as I've expected. Now I realize less and less games with each round. And only best of 1s in the losers bracket, no best of 3s. Many of the games were very short. So yeah, instead of 7-8 hours, it might get up to 6 hours perhaps, or maybe 7, including with the break. Still not bad. Looks like the players in here trading positions. This one should be captured by New, because he's gonna lose this one in here. Not in a good position to defend. Command squad away from the listening post. And that's the map vision from New. He has got a tech priest, but not enough guardsmen in there to capture the point from Warkl's side. Looks like the big mech about to die. Red HP. Miscontrol from New. Cost him a lot of HP, and now the priest from the command squad. Painful. Not sure why he's going in with the tech priest in here. Wants to build another turret perhaps. Loses the Psyker on the command squad as well. And even the general will go down. Badly outnumbered, and there's no commissar on the guardsmen attached to stand a chance against shooter boys. He places a second turret on the lower right. Warkl saw that. It even gets damaged by a Warbanner. And the Slugger boys finished off that tech priest.
Time for payback.
62 to 20 economy here for new. Builds the tactical control. Not everything is bad yet. Pretty equal map control. Slightly better economy for the Orks. And Warkl now receives his big shooters. Big mech still alive. Big problem for new. Without the command squad, the big boy is unstoppable almost. And even the tactical control will get cancelled in here. Will not allow those tech priests to build it, and that's it. GG. New has to give up. Suicides into the big shooters. Even Warkl says GG. Always surprised to see Warkl speak in games, especially. Usually he is dead silent. 6 minutes game, decisive victory for Warkl. Much more experienced compared to new, at least back in 2016 he was. And new was pretty new to the game. Not much to see here. Work domination. Warkl knows he knew how to handle imperialists perfectly. Another short game in the losers bracket, and so new is kicked from the tournament by Warkl. And now time to watch Pride versus MarSy in the losers bracket. MarSy kicked into the losers bracket by Mixalich, and Pride winning the previous round in the losers bracket matches up against MarSy on Emerald River. One of the most hated maps in the game, probably. A huge 1v1 map, could even be a 3v3 map with a few more strategic points. It's way too huge. The points are too far away from each other, so you have a lot of imbalanced matchups in here.
Oh, hey, boss.
Usually the races with high mobility in early game will dominate on the map. They get the map control faster, and then they start moving and fighting around the map wherever they want and hold the positions. There's also some negative cover in here. You can walk through this negative cover, for example, receive lots of damage from ranged infantry. MarSy in the lower position with Space Marines. Opens with 3 scouts, a tactical marine squad, and even a generator. Yeah, I guess it's map specific whether you build a generator or not in this matchup. On this map it's not very risky since there is no rush threat from the Orks.
Jobs are good and boss.
Huge distances between the points and the bases. You can take the risk and build a generator on such maps.
Greenskins taking hit. The Marine boys approaching. Don't bother me. I'm working on something. What? You need something fixed. Sod off.
The enemy is attacking. Heresy grows from idleness.
Pride now with his big mech and Shooter Boys will manage to push back Mars's Space Marines.
Secured.
The first commander got delayed because of this generator. Usually you can open like that more often if you do only 2 squads of scouts, otherwise the first commander is very much delayed. With 3 squads of scouts and generator, it's better to get the first commander out first, I guess, before the tactical marine squad. You can still afford it. Upgrades the front LP2.
They shooting us. I got the good bits for this fight.
Both of them taking the map and building economy slowly.
The boss? Who is getting shot up? Green is best.
A few small skirmishes here and there, nothing too big. Looks like MarSy is slowly moving the map control to the Orks. He is not able to take this point, and Pride already took the lower left strategic point. If he builds it, MarSy will be in a trouble. Yeah, honestly I don't know what MarSy should have done. I don't have enough experience as a Space Marine player to suggest in this case what he could have done better. I can only assume that 4 scouts opening perhaps could be better, I don't know. Getting the points a bit faster, this point had to be captured faster and built instead of LP2s. So maybe 4 scouts, no generator, force commander and a lot of Space Marines must. After you do that, maybe start building economy slowly and get the armory.
The boss? Who is getting shot up?
It's always worse if you give Ork the map.
Where's the fighting?
The matchup is already considered Ork favored. If you do not show some aggression in the early stages of the game,
Working on something.
if you allow Ork to take the map so easily, they will dominate even more in the matchup. Force commander tanking a lot of damage, half HP down almost. Not sure where he lost all that HP. And now Pride with huge map control advantage got all of his points on the left. Got LP2s up, extremely high income. For the 5th minute, 110 to 20. And MarSy with just 3 points. He can't even take the relic here. Only 3 points for Space Marines. Thankfully he's got all of them upgraded to LP2. Otherwise the income would have been like 50. 56 or something. And now good luck dealing with those big shooters without the armory. Instead of armory, MarSy built more generators. Terrible decision. Oh wait, did he just hit tier 2? This might be that one build into fast land speeders from Space Marine here. Now I get what he's trying to do. A very risky build. And Pride probably expected it. Because Pride himself used to do this build a lot against the Ork players. As I've said earlier, he used to play Space Marines. And he was doing exactly this build. Fast land speeders versus Ork. Not bad. But very risky on this map especially. He simply will not allow MarSy to take the points. so many boys and nob leaders, they can tank a lot of damage even if the land speeders jump into this work infantry. I do not expect them to deal a lot of damage. And MarSy, okay, I thought that's the sacred artifact. He placed the armory now. Loses the force commander. Big problem. A land speeder jumps in. It takes ages for a land speeder to kill an orc if it's got the armor upgrades. Tough game for MarSy. Difficult matchup. Unpopular map. I guess he had to try and cheese. It's a best of one after all. It's either all or nothing. Work infantry much stronger at this point. Shita boys could... Oh, I see. He has another squad inside the LP2. He retreats with that squad inside the pile of guns. Cannot afford more land speeders, only 2 of them. The remaining requisition is being invested in the tactical space marines, keeping the squads alive. He needs everything. Heavy focus now on the big mech, and Pride decides to jump away from this fight. Well, he knows exactly how to play versus Space Marines, so expecting Pride to win this. Now he's got the anti-vehicle, second squad on the way. Land speeders are not destroyers, they go down much faster if overlooked. A few rockets hitting them and they are down. Requisition upgrade for Pride. Economy will get slightly better, but still not enough. Not nearly close to much Orks economy. 85 to 30. Huge investment of power into that upgrade. Does not feel like it was worth it. 128 to 60 income for Pride. Pushes in with his orc horde. They are not scared of land speeders. Knobs on the way. I guess Pride needs knobs now, not to win the game, but just to tank into whatever MarSy got left in there. GG gets called by MarSy. Well, yeah, he is not happy with his gameplay. I'm not sure what he could have done better. It felt like Pride was preparing exactly against this kind of build from Space Marines, since Pride himself used it a lot when he used to play Space Marines, so he knows the counters very well. A very aggressive tier 1, upgrade economy quickly, and then transition into tier 2. If you've got your infantry with nob leaders, they are not so scared of those land speeders. MarSy doubles the kill amount almost of Pride. Kills 51 orcs. Yeah, land speeders, I guess, still killed quite a few orcs. And an economy lead, 2000 economy lead for Pride. Basically economic victory almost. Thanks to the map control, he managed to both outmass, outnumber the opponent, hold the positions. All-seeing guy had a better playstyle, I guess, against Orks, a more aggressive tier 1, tier 1.5 with a lot of tactical marines and scouts with snipers. Well, time for a break for me. 4 hours and 20 minutes almost into this stream. I guess the break will last about 20-30 minutes, and then we'll continue with the semi-finals in the winners bracket and the losers bracket, as well as the finals in both brackets. Stay tuned. We'll continue when I'm back. back to the action. One moment, only have to clean my mouse. I see not much activity in chat at all. I hope you are not bored by now. Either my chat is dead or... yeah. I've limited this to subscribers which are on the channel for more than 6 months for a reason. Basically, only you, the most loyal fans, are rewarded and have the opportunity to chat on the stream. In the next streams, I guess this limit will be changed to 1 hour, I guess, not 6 months. Alright. Time for the semi-finals. Need to prepare the games. Yeah, very exclusive chat. Okay. I've got the semi-final best of 3. Me versus Mixalich, first game on Emerald River. Space Marines versus Necrons. Just the map in the previous video, which I said probably is the most hated. Well, for me, probably the most hated map, although it's not terribly bad for Necrons. It's very difficult here to get the points as a Necron player. Well, maybe you will manage to get them, but how well will you manage to hold them? That's the problem. Necrons do not have the mobility to move from point to point quickly and defend each point one by one. Yeah, I reflect my feelings a bit in the chat here at the start. I start the game with a greedy cap order here. 2 early scarabs were sent to get the strategic points. If you don't get them now, Space Marine will take them from you. And will even manage to hold them. From Mixalich we have like 4 scouts opening. No, 3 scouts opening, but he skipped the point in the base. Force commander on the way. Wait, 4 scouts. Yeah, 4 scouts missed this squad in the middle.
Position secure.
4 scouts and force commander from Mixalich. Classic opening, very good even in this matchup, and especially this map. Force commander follows shortly. I have no options but to play standard on this map. No way to do economy boom here or turtle in the base. The map does not allow for such a playstyle, so you have to play standard Necron warrior mass, get out of the base and fight for those points. Except by the time the Necron warriors will march to the enemy base, I guess the opponent will be tier 2. It takes a while. Necron Lord up, out, and a squad of Necron warriors reinforced to 5 members. Scouting with the scarabs a bit. We'll try to decap this one. Cannot lose cannot give Mixalich a lot of points because of the control area win condition. He's already got this point from the top right. The Necron Lord fought the Force Commander in there a bit. Jumped on the relic. I knew the scouts are here. My scarabs saw them. And will deny Mixalich to take this relic at least for a time. He sends a squad of scouts in my base, probably wants to suicide them for a limit. I managed to kill the squad. He probably needs limit, yeah, he needed limit for this second squad of Marines. No, apparently not. He had enough.
Yes, most beneficent one.
Well, maybe a micro mistake from him. He manages to push just fine into my base here. The Necron Lord is far away, was on this side, fighting those scouts. And I already start to suffer. This looks ugly. A second squad of Marines about to hit my base, and look at the map control, look at Mikhalich's map vision. I still do not send this Necron Lord to the base. I cannot get close to the Force Commander in here. If I go to base, I'd lose in there even with the Necron Lord. Force Commander would fight the Necron Lord in close combat and defeat him. So I cannot stay in the base with the Lord, instead trying to deal some damage to the scouts and maybe take up that relic for me. Overwatching the Necron Warriors, still Mixalich manages to outnumber me. I even go for the Necron Warrior upgrade, but it will be so late that by that time I'd be dead already, it seems. Good focus into the generator. Economy damage, always good against Necrons. And I am badly outnumbered and unprepared to hold Mikhalich's aggression. I guess I had to bring this Necron Lord back at home much earlier. Oh, look at that, Mixalich trying to go in close combat and fight that Lord, and he will succeed. I'm about to give up in here. Jumping away. I lost a squad of Necron Warriors, losing the second generator. I guess I floated too much, don't have enough production speed. So instead of floating, decided to place one more generator. I will need it in case the game overextends to tier 2. Necron Lord being fought in the back, as I was expecting. That's the reason I did not want to bring him back home earlier. And fighting the raw Marines with upgraded warriors in here doesn't look so bad now. In fact, Mixalich is losing the fight, so I will get him out of my base at least, by the look of it. Yeah, one squad of Marines loses morale, but the problem is the Force Commander with full HP. 104 to 10 economy here for Space Marines. I guess even if I kill the entirety of his army, he'd still recover easily. And the scouts lurking around the map, hitting my scarabs and the obelisks. I'm a dead man. 60 income against 98 to 10. And this is my map vision. I still control 4 points, but that won't be enough. Only 60 income. Losing those 2 generators was like the game dealer. That's what is winning Mixalich the game now. With such a low economy, I cannot even mass in big numbers. I am getting outmassed. Can't fight even those unupgraded Marines. With 2 squads of warriors. A third one about to come out, very slowly being produced. Still fighting, not giving up. Although I could have left if if I wanted to by now. Lost the obelisk on the relic, and Mixalich will now get the second relic. And leaves me on 3 points. Scarab's about to die. Mixalich gets the frag grenades. Not tier 2 yet from him, but he can now with the frag grenades deal easily with my mass of Necron warriors. I do not have the Forbidden Archive, and I say GG. GG and well played. Solid play from Mixalich. Took very fast control of the map and then just started to mass up units. Kept me outnumbered almost 2-1 the entire fight. And so he manages to win. And the worst thing is, I don't know what I have done wrong in this game. Still, not so one-sided, we both killed a bit of each other. More Necrons have been killed in the end. Wasn't so bad, but it was getting desperate. Even if I win a fight at that point, Mixalich with his economic advantage and full map control would still win in the end, so no need to overextend and try too hard. Second game on Fata Morga, my map pick after losing the first game. Getting full scarabs out, and Mixalich only wants to start with 2 scouts.
Scouts reporting for duty.
He knows I do not go for decaps, so opening with 2 scouts in this case is not so risky for him. Well, sometimes I do go for the decaps, but not in every game, so it's more likely that I won't hurt him early on. 2 scouts, not a problem. However, his map control will suffer, and he even makes the force commander before the tactical space marines. Weird. Yeah, he will probably try and mass up a lot of tactical marines. In the upper position I just build generators for now with my scarabs, not even trying to get the points with the first ones. Getting one now at the first minute.
Scouts awaiting orders.
Getting points slowly, started the cap order with the closest ones to the base. I guess that's the way to go when you have only 2 scouts, cannot get the far points. He's also using the servitor to scout in case a scarab is there. No such thing. I am at home.
Walk softly and carry a big gun.
Force commander out, tactical marine squad on the way.
Scouts ready.
6 generators placed, placing the 7th one, so that would mean when they are finished I would have 80 income on power.
We stand ready.
The Emperor.
I see now the force commander. I do not see the scouts getting my relic. However, I guess I will find out soon, and maybe we'll even decap that one. Second squad of marines out. I see now you do not invest a lot in the scouts early, and instead you get a bigger mass of space marines faster. Maybe it's even better for Fata Morga, who knows. Scout harass here is too slow. It takes ages for them to run from their base to mine. By the time scouts hit my base, I have a Necron warrior squad waiting for them. Warkl can just run away with the scarabs if I feel any threat, so maybe even this is a more effective build, I don't know. Mixalich knows better. what he's doing.
Heresy grows from idleness.
I'm gonna scout with the scarabs. What is he doing? Going into his base now. Scouting always good if you can afford it. Instead of idling with the scarabs or Necron Lord, just scout. I see he's got no generator, and it surprises me. I can fight his mass here easily. I've already got some nicely reinforced Necron warriors. Mixalich loses a squad of scouts, a miscontrol from his side. And another thing by Mixalich, he split his marines, not good. Always bad to split, especially early game. And especially versus Necrons. I mean, it's good if you can hold the Necron attack. But not in this situation, when you only have 2 squads. I made a run around the map with those scarabs. I know everything he's doing. I know he's all-inning me, and I will prepare just for that. The summoning core is already up, and I make the upgrade for the Necron warriors. Mixalich cannot afford the sniper rifles yet. He does not have a generator up. All of his requisition is being invested in the tactical space marine reinforcements. No scouts yet. He can afford them once this gen will be finished. Still, he manages to get my relic and even build it. The LP is up. I have to wait for my upgrade before I keep fighting him, and for the flayed ones. With 3 squads of Necron warriors upgraded and the flayed ones, I think I can hold his all-in push, because that's what it is. A tier 1, tier 1.5 all-in versus Necron, and it kills a lot of Necrons. A simple game like that. Can be a nightmare for the Necron player. Placing the 8th generator now. No, the 7th. The 8th generator, that would be plus 90 for me. Keeping that Necron Lord alive, getting the phase shift. If you see your opponent all-inning, you need the Forbidden Archive, of course. You need those artifacts. Phase shift in this case is perfect, and the Solar Pulse, of course. Can also try Chronometron, which is more risky. If you don't deal enough damage at the first usage, the opponent knows how to position his army and be prepared for such engagements later on. So phase shift usually is better. I push with 3 squads of upgraded warriors into his infantry, caught him out of position. He was too far into my base. I mean, still his relic under his control, but I got him surrounded nicely and killed a lot of marines during his retreat. Force Commander now wants to get rid of that Necron Lord, fighting him in close combat. Mixalich got the upgrades on the tactical marines. And yeah, both bionic and the frag grenades. I have to retreat slowly, preferably teleport back. Cannot win the marines in here. Not without the Lord. With the Lord it will be possible. Flayed ones sitting in the monolith. I could have deployed them. Instead, I make the decision to teleport back to base, and yeah, I go tier 2 in the meantime. Mixalich not on the way to tier 2 yet, sits with 92 to 20 economy. This is the downside of 2 scout opening. If you don't have full map control, I mean all the critical locations also in the early game, your all-in won't be as strong. Your economy. And I also decapped a critical location in the middle a while ago. Now deploying the flayed ones, jumping in with the Necron Lord. A frag grenade gets absorbed by the flayeds. Get stunned for a bit so Mixalich can reposition properly. Heavy focus on that Necron Lord. Casting the Solar Pulse. Barely saved him, almost messed up. Force Commander also losing a lot of HP. Was out of position. And now gets attached to the squad. Mixalich still sticks to his all-in plan. Wants to end me in tier 1. Sometimes when you are stubborn like that and want to finish Necrons in tier 1.5, you get punished in exchange when you see a destroyer coming at you. I get the Greater Summoning Core almost finished. Necron Lord low on HP. I guess I have the phase shift on him. I can give Mixalich this point, no big deal for me. And now with 4 squads of Necron warriors, Mixalich halfway to tier 2 gets the optics for Marines. I'm getting the second upgrade for the Necron warriors. Devastating power soon from these folks here. And a squad of Immortals. I'm expecting a Rhino transport by now from Mixalich, so we'll need anti-vehicle. Losing the game to a Rhino at this point would be painful. The flayed ones which were sitting inside the monolith getting deployed and will defend the base from this Space Marine squad. Not sure why Mixalich decided to send it in my base. Why would you do that? Maybe wanted to distract my attention and keep me at home. He is tier 2 and wants to build the minefield because death is coming after him. Also gets that chaplain out. Good economy, recovered a bit, 140-30 for Mixalich, still 90 for me, and I will not further upgrade it, I will just mass on this economy, if I'm not mistaken. Keep pushing in tier 2.5, Necrons have a very strong tier 2.5, and especially if you manage to out-tech your opponent, they will be in a big trouble. It's difficult to stop Necron warrior mass if you out-tag them. The destroyers are a pain. Mixalich does not have anti-vehicle yet to deal with the destroyer. Doesn't have a skull probe to stun it. I tank into that LP2 with my Necron warriors, saving the Lord on 50 HP, 100 HP with a phase shift. In the meantime, keep producing more destroyers and bringing them to Mixalich's base. For Mixalich, 92-30 economy. Huge mass of Marines, but he got out-teched. His all-in did not pay off this time. The chaplain is here, completely out of position, far away from the remainder of his infantry. He's got the Grey Knights here. Powerful ability cast into the Necron warriors, it drops a lot of HP on the warriors. Need to be careful with that. Preferably you should enable the phase shift when that ability gets cast, the Grey Knight Storm, whatever it is. Another Solar Pulse, and I have in here 2 destroyers now. And a lot of Necron warriors. Mixalich still without anti-vehicle. Immortals doing a bit of harass as well. And feels like Mixalich manages to push me back. I do not want to take the risk and keep fighting here, although I could. And probably should have stayed and fought, keep fighting. Decided to go back and reinforce those warriors before I go in again. Also a 3rd destroyer arrived to the battlefield. Mixalich's economy suffered a bit. And I lose my Necron Lords. Somehow miscontrolled it. Or maybe I wanted a full HP Necron Lord. That was terrible. I will have enough now for another Necron Lord, and it will get out quickly. maybe even better. So having a full HP Necron Lord in the next fight would be crucial for more tankiness, a lot of tank power from the Lord, fully recharged abilities. Maybe with that I can win the fight, I don't know. Mixalich giving me some time until I get the Lord back.
We are the Emperor's chosen.
Your instructions.
He still got 3 squads of tactical marines. And the destroyers cause a lot of pathing even for my Necron warriors. I barely can move in here. Had to get the destroyers much farther away from these Necron warriors somehow. Otherwise they start messing up and don't move properly when I want to engage. I go in, Mixalich gives up, he loses the chaplain and says GG. Nothing to stop those destroyers now. Mikhalich's economy was too low in the end. The 4th squad of marines maybe was a mistake. Well, it was a pure all-in from Mixalich, attempt to all-in. And if you fail with that in tier 1, Necrons can make a comeback in tier 2, tier 2.5 without much trouble on such a map. And the worst thing is, even with all this all-in, Mixalich did not take the lower point from me. If he held both the relic and the lower position, it would have been much better and maybe even win in the end with a better economy. Well, I did not allow him to do that. It's very important to not allow your opponent to get your own points. So the score is tied up 1-1. In the 3rd game I get Orks and I don't know why. It probably was my secondary race for the tournament, either that or the referee allowed me to play Orks. On Shrine of Excellion. And to be honest, I think Orks have an advantage here in the matchup. Difficult for Space Marines against Orks here. But would still be difficult for me. I was not nearly as much as experienced of an Ork player as Mixalich was with his Space Marines, so still need to try my best, I guess. Getting started with 2 Slugger Boy squads. I am not placing a generator, looks like I want to go for banner. Neither banner nor generator was placed yet, and I don't know what I will do then.
What is it? It now belongs to the Orks.
In the top side, Mixalich with Space Marines also opens without a generator, gets a squad of tactical marines and the Force Commander.
What's it? What's it?
I'm yours. King enemies are here. What do you want?
Late to the party here, my point is already captured and I get a relic. Mixalich did not see those Slugger Boys in there, or maybe he did. I think he had the vision on that it's halfway captured.
We're under attack. Jobs are good.
Goes on the other side, and he will meet the shoot-up boys in there. Both of us getting the points, and it feels like I get my points much faster, yeah. I do. And I jump with a big mech, getting closer to those scouts. I want to kill them and maybe deny that decap to the scouts. Yeah, Mixalich will run away. Finally placing a war banner in front. I guess I will need this as a defensive option. And now I'm surrounded. In this corner, cannot fight the Force Commander with a Tactical Marine squad. Not without the shoot-up boys, but even with shoot-up boys it would be a difficult fight for me. Can't go in yet. Looks like I will try anyway. Trade some HP with that Force Commander. Also ordered my shoot-up boys to focus the Commander. And looks like I'm winning this fight. The big mech is still green, but I lost the squad of Slug-up boys. I guess Mixalich wanted this exchange, killing my capping squad in exchange for some Force Commander HP. Might well be. Now the big mech can hunt that Commander. He deals decent amounts of damage even while moving to any sort of units. I got my second squad of shoot-up boys. Looks like I did not finish this LP1, very unfortunate for me. What an overlook. 3 HP not enough on that LP to be finished. I have a low income still. 80 to 10. Now against 80 to 0 for Mixalich, even worse for Space Marines. And Mixalich almost lost that Force Commander. I outnumber his Tactical Marines in this fight. He probably will have to retreat from the heavy cover, so I would be in a better position. Yeah, I force him to retreat. Not sure why he keeps fighting. Well, Tactical Marines can win shoot-up boys in close combat. I think he wants to overextend, so he keeps fighting although he's losing it. Yeah, finally he will retreat. With the coming of this Slug-up boy squad, I will need it alive to get my relic, come on. Hey, getting my Pylo guns up, I got the right hand side relic in the meantime somehow. Still the LP1 in here unfinished. Terrible overlook from me. Probably will stay like that for the whole game. I get... Oh, okay, I see this now. And I hope you understand my reaction from the chat. I was shocked to see that. Yeah, that sucked. I lost a lot of economy because of that, but it's only my fault.
Scouts here.
Still 80 to 0 economy for Mixalich. 98 to 10 for me, and I've got the advantage now with the armory up and big shooters equipped on the shoot-up boys. Bad thing I've lost both Slug-up boy squads. Mixalich outnumbers me, but can he really commit to a fight now with his low HP Force Commander? That is the question that troubles him, I guess. He cannot go in yet. And if he tries to go in, he goes at a risk that he'll lose the commander. And if he loses the commander, it's a big threat. Marines without the Force Commander can't do a lot, just like the green skins without the big mech. Not without the upgrades, at least, that's what I mean. They need that commander alive to tank the damage or fight the big mech. And so Mixalich decides to go back a bit, gives me the heavy cover. 86 to 10 income on Marines. Equipping the sniper rifles now on the scouts. 2 squads of scouts still alive. I'm getting my Storm boys, armor upgrade. Good addition to what I've already got in there. Going in looks like a terrible move. Losing 3 Storm boys at once from the snipers. Well, I see that he sits in the middle and get closer to his point with my big mech and shoot-up boys. A jump in the middle. Wanted to kill scouts I think only managed to kill one scout. The jump did not pay off, for sure. A big waste. And now Mixalich looks like he wants to surround me, but he still has no armory up. Still looks better for me. And I want to lure him under this pile of guns and LP2. Will be a very good position for me to fight, having both the LP2 and pile of guns dealing damage at the Marines. With the Storm boys tying some scouts in close combat. I shoot a boy squad idling in the middle. Finally moving it. And now the problem would be to get Mixalich out of this heavy cover somehow. His force commander regenerates slowly, now back to yellow HP. I also get in the heavy cover with the big mech, very intense fight. 2 squads of Storm boys now from me and 2 squads of shooter boys with big shooters. The pile of guns still shooting, dealing the damage non-stop. It looks like Mixalich can still hold in there. Not good for me to get close to this mass of Marines. Chasing those scouts under this TSM mass probably a bad idea. And not enough micro from Mixalich, not enough reaction, not enough speed. He slowly starts to lose those scouts. At least one squad got killed. And I keep holding. I also invest a lot of requisition in my Storm Boy reinforcement. Mixalich still sitting without an armory, without upgrades on the Marines. While I do have both big shooters and armor upgrade. And thanks to the heavy cover, somehow he still manages to fight for so long in this fight without any upgrade on the squads. Very interesting. Still difficult for me to hold up in here. The mech with shooter boys losing morale, Storm boys without morale chasing those scouts 24/7. And when they get a bit further away, I can jump into the TSM squad here. That's a tactical space marine squad. Looks ugly. I keep fighting. I also force Mixalich to constantly reinforce those troops. Don't let him spend resources on tech and upgrades. Let him reinforce these raw tier 1 units. Looks like finally I jumped. I did a good jump with that mech and killed a squad of scouts in the middle, or maybe even 2. And eventually came out on top in this fight. Well, it was expected. I had the upgrades, both armor and big shooters, while Mixalich was fighting with raw tier 1 units. No idea how he lasted for so long in that fight. Still 98-20 economy for me, 92-20 for Mixalich. I had to win that fight in order to decap the taken hold also. Very intense fight. It lasted like 3 minutes non-stop in here. Strong hold from Mixalich in the heavy covers. Mech almost dead, will recover now slowly, attached to the shooter boys. Mixalich also lost a squad of tactical space marines, decides to go and attack on the left hand side. The war banner in a vulnerable position. Mixalich knew it's here. I will defend it. 98 to 20 economy from me. I float a lot. I need to build one more banner and the mech shop. I've still got the advantage. Probably got the blaster upgrade by now. Oh no, I'm doing it, researching it right now. And Mixalich is in trouble, still without armory, still pure tier 1 with some economy up. He even built a turret here next to an LP2, wants to defend himself somehow from the incoming attack. So blast tier now will be up and custom gadgets for the mech. Now I can fight those marines even more easily. And I still float a lot. Not fast enough with... oh, I see, I already was tier 2. Placing the mech shop. I locked one banner. And getting rid of my float ASAP. Second turret placed by Mixalich.
Scouts in position.
Getting the Nob Leader HP upgrade, very important also. Can tank more and more damage. Having the Storm Boys also alive with the Nob Leaders. I did not lose a single squad after those Slugger Boys got killed. I only lost the initial 2 Slugger Boy squads and then kept my squads alive, always reinforced. War truck getting out will be a good addition for the shooter boys and the mech for sure. Mixalich taking the risk and trying to counterattack, goes in. He has no idea what's coming. He goes tier 2 now. His economy restored nicely. 104 to 20 income. Also trained a lot of scouts and equipped them with the sniper rifles. I send my war truck into the scouts. I move right into them and kill all of them at once. That's the game dealer once again. Now with this war truck and this mobility from me for the Orks, Mixalich cannot hold this attack for sure. Now I can get into his tactical marines and kill them as well. Tank busters are out. Economy is getting upgraded. Move in again, chasing him with the Storm Boys. And the marines now die like flies. Too much damage from the shooter boys with big shooters and blast tier. Painful for space marines actually, playing against Orks here. Getting that tank buster infiltration. And that's GG. Well, I guess I got lucky that Mixalich agreed to play versus Warkl on this map. It either was a secondary race pick from me or someone allowed me to play Orks, and Mixalich agreed to that. So I managed to defeat him in a best of 3 with a score 2-1. It was not easy. Thank you, Pierre, for your feedback, and from everyone else, whoever joined recently, hello. A very close game overall, although it was supposed to be a lot more easier for Orks. I guess Mixalich still played his best. held up for so long in that battle in the right hand side heavy cover. I don't know how he managed, honestly. Being under the fire of the Pylo guns, LP2, big shooters, Storm boys. I don't know how he managed. Somehow he did. And yeah, the units killed is very close here. I only kill 8 more Marines compared to his score. Very close game. And I get only 1000 lead on economy. Not a big difference for a 16-minute long game. And I lead on tech. That was the thing that won me the game. I was far ahead in tech. By the time I hit tier 2.5, Mixalich still was on his way to tier 2. Yeah, he overextended into tier 1 for far too long. And I moved to the finals in this tournament. Time to watch the semi-finals in the loser bracket, a best of 1. And it will be Pride versus Warkl, right? Both of them still alive in the loser bracket. These two have a long history also, playing against each other. And this will be an Ork mirror. Whoever wins will be playing Mixalich in the next best of 1. So we'll have to watch both semi-finals and finals in the loser bracket before we move to the grand finals in the winners bracket. In the right hand side, SWS Warkl with Orks, doing his 3 Slugger Boys opening once again. And in the left hand side, Pride with a more acceptable build, I guess, maybe a bit more safe in a mirror, gets a squad of shooter boys instead of a 3rd Slugger Boy squad. We'll get the closest point to the barrack with the shooter boys, and then we'll use them to fight the enemy.
I'm not doing anything.
Big Mech halfway done. Warkl's Big Mech with this build gets out faster. Well, on this map it won't matter, I guess. By the time this Big Mech reaches the enemy base, the enemy Big Mech is also out, ready to meet him.
Sod off. I got the good bits for this fight. Let's show those other orcs who's the baddest.
Pride sends a squad of boys towards Warkl's relic, will decap it even. Well done with that one. Yeah, Warkl was supposed to have a faster map control with these 3 Slugger Boys opening. Very good job here by Pride, decapping the relic and messing up his plans. And Pride's Big Mech here even manages to win Wark's Big Mech somehow. I don't know why it goes so badly for Warkl in here. Oh, I see. Pride has the shooter boys also dealing damage at him. Very unfortunate for Pride, for Warkl, and Pride even manages to keep his squad of Slugger boys alive. Very good job.
I'm not doing anything.
Warkl still in the process of building his LPs. Somehow was very slow with that economy build up, not sure why it was delayed by so long. These LP1s here in the base.
Those old boys think they're better than
Pride's LPs were built long ago,
Which way?
and he can now counterattack after initial fail from Warkl on the enemy relic. Where is his big mech?
Oh, hey, boss. Shooting us.
Oh, here it is. Was waiting for the shooter boys to get out, and I guess he will jump somewhere in here.
What do you want?
Two LP2s, the front one upgraded for Warkl. He can defend in case Pride decides to go to push with shooter boys without any big shooters. He can hold with the LP2. Pilo guns getting built now for Pride, and he gets a third squad of shooter boys. Right, exactly what you need in mirrors: a bunch of shooter boys with big shooters and a blaster upgrade. Whoever does it first is more likely to win the game. The fastest work wins in this case.
Victory countdown has begun.
Warkl, as a main work player, knows that, and he will also mass up shooter boys. He's got two banners up, places the third one, upgrades the armor, and will be able to research the blaster as well once the armor is researched. Pride already knocking on his door and manages to decap that relic. I think he will manage. No, he will not risk losing too many boys in there, and Warkl will not allow. Too many Slugger boys will die. And very soon we'll see a mirror of shooter boys with big shooters. So far looks better for Pride. He's getting both armor and blaster at the same time. Gets those storm boys out. And worse economy for Warkl. Yeah, Warkl is a more aggressively oriented player than economy focused. He decides to go in, and I'm not sure if this is a good decision by Warkl, but he has to. He has to kill Pride now, otherwise he would lose in tech. Looks like he will lose even the fight, not just tech. Pride even brings the Storm boys. He's got 3 squads of shooter boys, 2 squads of Slugger boys alive, and even the Storm boys. That means he can tie up all the enemy shooter boys with his close combat units and deal the remaining damage with big shooters.
5 minutes until take and hold victory.
Yeah, better economy still for Pride. I guess that's because he's got the take and hold countdown. Pride really wants to take that relic down, and he will finally decap it with the Storm boys. Sits nicely into the heavy cover. Bad for Warkl during the engagement. Okay, but he's got no. I thought it was Warkl's big mech. Pride got the custom gadgets faster also. Very important upgrades, especially in mirror. a big deal. Protection for the shooter boys, and I think they even deal more damage while affected by the custom gadgets from the big mech. And manages to win the fight in here. Still a ton of army in that heavy cover. And Warkl desperately loses the fight. I guess his mess up in here on the enemy relic was too bad. It looks terrible right now for Warkl, and he will not quit once again. He will keep playing, overextend, maybe place a second HQ somewhere. Pride will not wait for him to leave. He will keep pushing. Good jump with the Storm boys. Wark's shooter boys getting surrounded and killed. No chances for him. And so Warkl is getting defeated by Pride in this best of one. Which means Pride is gonna play versus Mixalich next in the losers bracket. The last best of one in the losers bracket. Yeah, boys do not receive a lot of damage when they get the protection from custom gadgets. They can fight under the payload guns, under the HQ. No big deal. The banners are not upgraded. And even if they were, that wouldn't save work.
2 minutes until taking
Speed this up already. Pride also brings his war tracks.
1 minute until taking all victory.
And so Pride advances throughout the whole loser bracket into the finals of the losers bracket. I moved him to the losers bracket in the round of 8, and he managed to defeat each opponent he got so far. Strong willpower from Pride. Yeah, felt like Warkl had no chances, honestly. No idea how it played out. I guess 3 Slugger boys opening in this matchup is not acceptable. Felt horrible for Warkl. Alright. Last game left for the losers bracket, the finals in there. Pride versus Mixalich. Orks versus Space Marines. Well, MarSy failed miserably against Pride on this map. Let's see if Mixalich can hold the green skins and defeat them even, maybe. In the lower position of the map, lower right, almost Mixalich with Space Marines. 4 scout opening. He will not play like MarSy. He probably will focus on a faster map control. And once you get the map, start massing up units quickly. 4 scouts opening and Force Commander. And from Pride, 2 squads of Slugger Boys, Shooter Boys, basically the same build in every game from Pride so far.
It now belongs to the Orks.
Now the map control from 4 scouts might be in fact a lot more faster than just 2 Slugger Boys, we'll see.
Position secure.
Mixalich already wants to take this one. I guess the Slugger Boys will not allow those scouts to take it.
Greenskins.
I command in the name of my faith is my shield. This day shall be a glorious one for the Imperial.
Right, the Slugger Boys would not allow a single scout squad to take the point and forces Mixalich to send 3 more scouts, 2 more scout squads in here. Another one will take the relic on that side. Warkl can fight very nicely for the point on this map. Still, the start already looks much better for Mixalich than it looked for MarSy. The game should not be as one-sided, at least.
Yes, my lord. Scouts here.
No force commander on the top right. The scouts will have to run away. The commander will hold this position closer to the base. Probably a good decision. Fight for the points you already control. Make sure to hold them.
They shooting us.
Big mech should have stayed in one place and just shoot at the scouts. No need to chase them like that. Relic captured here from Pride, upgrades the LP2 right away, wants to make sure he can hold it. Got the Shooter Boys, and I think he will manage to hold that one.
What is it? Green is best.
In the meantime, manages to capture this point on the right as well, his point. And now equal map control for both. No detection here from Mixalich, he cannot take down this outpost, no way. Not with the Gretchens to repair in there, infiltrated. Okay, he will bring a Skull Probe. So maybe he will manage to get this War Banner and LP2 down eventually. Pride has to get in there and defend ASAP. A lot of Space Marines in this squad got killed. Not sure if this trade is good for Mixalich. He lost a lot more in requisition by fighting for this relic, trying to take it down. Much more than Pride did. A lot of Slugger Boys got killed, of course, the War Banner got destroyed, but it still feels like Mixalich lost more in requisition. Thankfully that force commander is still full HP, so he can keep fighting. Two squads of Slugger Boys can now fight once they've got their side of the map. They can be brought into the fight. Very good support for the Shooter Boys. Focus from this squad of Shooter Boys on the force commander now for a long time. From green HP, commander turns to yellow. Lost 2/3 of HP. Reinforced Slugger Boys on this squad, keep the tactical marines busy, and looks like Pride wants to surround Mixalich in this lower left corner. Well, without the pylo guns, okay, it's finished now. With the pylo guns it might be possible when the armor upgrade will be up for the boys. And what does Mixalich have? Not even a generator up for him yet. Basically trying to do the same as he did against me. Mass a lot of marines, defeat the Orks first and then attack up. No other choice. Manages to hold the position and will push Pride back. Very close fight in here between these two. Pride actually lost both of his Slugger Boy squads. He basically lost the fight and had to retreat. Fighting, using Slugger Boys into fights when they do not have the armor upgrade is a big risk. If you start losing the fight and if you want to retreat, it's very likely that you will lose your troops while retreating. They have very low HP. So maybe that was a mistake from Pride. That grid. 92 to 10 income for Pride. Only now he researches the armor upgrade. Mixalich controls a critical location also. $86 to 10 economy now. He will lose this critical location probably. And his economy will get lower. Yeah, the Shooter Boy will decap that one. Mixalich, instead of going in there and fighting, he knows he'd probably lose it. Goes for a base trade. And Pride does not want it. He even cancels the decap on the critical location and goes back to base to defend. He cannot afford losing any war banners or even listening posts because his economy is, well, at least on requisition, is already lower compared to Mixalich. He must defend. And he will. Mixalich adding the sniper rifles now on the scouts. Pride brought the Storm Boys in here to deal with those snipers, I guess. Still, 3 squads of tactical marines, somewhat split. Keep them closer. And Mixalich will manage to defend. He's got enough infantry here to defend the Ork attack. Snipers mostly the biggest issue now for Pride. They drop morale of the boys very quickly. If Pride decides to go in, he would lose morale on Shooter Boys or the Storm Boys.
You need something fixed.
And he falls back. Now Pride is the one who does not want to fight, and he will go for Mixalich's point.
What are you waiting for? This is taking forever. What?
He must hold in here, do not allow the Marines to take down that war banner. Still about the same map control for the players. Looks like Mixalich is going too deep. Making a mistake perhaps. He could get surrounded at any moment by the greenskins and have a hard time retreating. Looks like Pride wants to go in, and exactly what I said will happen. Mixalich gets surrounded by greenskins. 2 squads of Storm Boys, 1 dies immediately when he jumps.
While the enemies of the Emperor still draw breath, there can be no peace.
And looks like Mixalich is gonna lose this, even runs through the negative cover. Terrible negative cover placements on this map.
Scouts ready.
No upgrades for the Space Marines. Mixalich does not want to play this matchup with Armory. Probably too expensive, I don't know.
Yes, my lord. Awaiting orders.
Well, he definitely wouldn't afford the sniper rifles if he goes for the armory, so that might be the reason. Sniper rifles in exchange for armor and optics plasma pistol. Being forced to retreat, and he loses most of his infantry. During the retreat he lost the scouts already. One squad alive. I guess there were 3 of them. And Pride now can push in safely on very low economy, plus 80 to 20. Lower compared to Mikhalich's economy. Only thing is, he is a bit ahead in tech. With the upgraded greenskins, he manages to defeat Mixalich in this best of 1, so he moves to the grand final. We will play against each other once more in the first best of 3 for the tournament, for both of us I mean, and in the last, which will be a best of 5. Still quite close, I'd say, considering their economies. Let me check on economy. Yeah, the economy almost identical throughout the entire game. Same amount of points captured. Well, at least Mixalich did much better on this map than MarSy. So 4 scouts opening, probably a better opening than 3 scouts into fast land speeders. Okay, I will make a short break around 3-5 minutes before we jump into the grand final for this tournament. Alright, let's get back into this, the grand finals. The first map for the grand final, a best of 5 between me and Pride. Since Pride moves back into the winner's bracket, he's got a defeat already by default counted in this best of 5, so I only need to win 2 games in order to win this tournament. Still won't be easy, the matchup is not in my favor. In the right hand side on Fallen City I spawn with Necrons. I do not like this map. I do not consider it good for Necrons. Well, there's a slug deposit in here, but it's a pain to fight for these 2 points. And if you try to go there, the opponent can attack you from the other side. It's painful to play Necrons here. Also a heavy cover right next to the base. What's this? Yeah, it's quite imbalanced, this map. Also on the left hand side there's no heavy cover. Too many differences, not properly balanced. Pride once again starts with his build: 2 Slugger Boys, Generator and Shooter Boys. The same build every game. A very universal and standard build on Orks. It works in all the matchups, I guess. Here I get 6 generators up, 2 squads of Necron warriors, and only at the 2nd minute starting to capture that point. Yeah, look at that. I don't know that Pride is taking my point in there. He already took 1 point from me. Very ugly looking right now. I'm not even scouting with a squad of scarabs to see what's going on there. Probably better for my peace of mind if I don't scout at the start. It looks like I will mass a lot of Necron warriors and fight for those points. I won't have another choice. I probably will play standard, although I do not remember what happened in this game. So let's see. Pride pushes. As long as there is no Necron Lord, he can push with the Shooter Boys and Big Mech. It won't win him the game, but he can try and deal some damage. I send my scarabs in front, tanking some damage with them, distracting the Shooter Boys. Full map control already from Pride. He's got all of his points on the top left, all this side of the map, and 2 points from my side in the lower right. Necron Lord is here. And the summoning core placed by me. Yeah, I will play standard this game. Cannot sit in the base building economy on such a map. You must get out and fight. Well, taking down Warkl LP1s is not difficult. The Necron Lord alone can destroy one Orc LP1 and even LP2 without any trouble, relatively fast. So they are not a problem. It only plays to my disadvantage the fact that Pride gets a ton of resources by having them, so I must take them back ASAP. He's massing shoot-up boys, a lot of shoot-up boys, and big shooters now equipped already. On Pride's shoot-up boys, exactly what he needs against Necron Warrior mass. Shoot-up boys, big shooters, blast tier upgrades, and some nice micro. A 104 to 10 economy here on Pride, floats a bit. Must get rid of this float ASAP, places one more banner and researches the armor as well as upgrades one LP2 in his base. Yeah, he will need all the resources possible. In the meantime, I've built the Forbidden Archive and got the Chronometron. Now this might look like a good engagement here, I don't know. Yeah, looks like I managed to kill a lot of shoot-up boys here. Also trapped the shoot-up boys during the retreat with my turrets. It's not forbidden to do that. Blocking the path with buildings is something even considered high skill, if I can name it so, although it's not hard to do. A lot of players do that from time to time. And Necrons with the Chronometron can do that as well, even with a Monolith. You can cause pathing if you've got enough power. You can stop the enemy infantry right into your Monolith at points. Flayed Ones and Necron Lord here took another LP down from Pride, so I take my points back. Very slowly though. Scary map control still in Pride's favor. He keeps decapping those points. Looks like he's gonna lose that big mech, out of position without the teleport, and I go tier 2. I have got a full tier 1.5 upgraded infantry. No need to wait, just go tier 2 and maybe build a big generator. Shoot-up boys will not allow me to take the relic easily. They will kill my scarabs. And I guess I cannot even make more infantry. I'm on full limit. 12 out of 14, so I need to take at least one more strategic point.
What do you want? What do you want?
The knobs are out. I see that Pride is also tier 2. We basically hit it at the same time. Hi again, whoever joined recently. This is the grand final for today's tournament. A tournament I played back in 2016, June 2016. Tanking in with the Flayed Ones here, keeping the knobs at home, trying to win some time. Will not allow Pride to get close to that slag deposit. He doesn't know that I built it yet, only now he sees, and sends the shoot-up boys. Killed another squad of scarabs, very painful damage. I am not mobile enough to defend. Should have jumped with the Necron Lords. $80 income still. I hope I will manage to build this up, because with this economy you can't fight Orc for too long. Another Chronometron was cast close to the shoot-up boys. They got slowed down and a lot of them will die. Yeah, but the squad will still survive. Pride trying to split me up, fighting on two fronts, always bad for Necron. Can't split if you play with a warrior mass. Okay, and I decide to go for the global upgrade. I had a bit of float. And I will even try to finish up this big generator. In the meantime, Pride already built his big generator, but will he really need it? Now I wonder, why did he do that? Well, he is not floating on power for now, so he's making use of it. Okay, he spent the power into the global upgrade for requisition. Not bad, the big generator will pay off. Jumping in with the Lord, looks like I might have a Chronometron back up to cast it now. Yeah, I will cast it, slow down those knobs. And getting the global, the Necron Warrior upgrade. During this time, a Destroyer comes out, a second one is on the way, and Pride will be in a bad position soon without anti-vehicle. No anti-vehicle anywhere close to this field of action. Also got the solar pulse, Chronometron, solar pulse, and what else? No phylactery yet. Almost dead, so that Necron Lord gets chased by the knobs and Big Mac might die. Thankfully they are blinded by the solar pulse, so I managed to keep my Necron Lord alive for longer than expected. The big generator is up, my economy is perfect, and I can easily fight the Orc infantry here, as long as there is no anti-vehicle. This Orc infantry is no threat for me. Won't even move my destroyers, it will cause a lot of pathing, so I try to avoid that while retreating with the Necron warriors first, and then I will move my destroyers back. You have to do it step by step or everything will get messed up in here. You have to be careful with micro in this game. Pride realized he's losing the fight, forced him to jump away from my base. I am still without my outer positions captured, what a nightmare. And Pride with whole of his map still under control. Economy 119 to 50, now he starts floating on power. He needs that mech shop. Pride, where is your mech shop? He invests all the requisition in boys reinforcements. Cannot save for the mech shop, the big mech gets killed in here during the retreat. Even tries to take down my big generator. He has not learned from the earlier game today on Blood River. He keeps making those tongue busters, which are not effective at this point. Definitely not effective when you have such a huge mass of Necron warriors. Here another Chronometron got cast, slowed down the knobs a bit. I focus the tank busters with my destroyers, they move into the knobs. Not sure why they follow those ones. Mega armored knobs out from Pride. I float a lot, going tier 3 even, and I keep floating. Yeah, I had a huge bank. I can afford a second monolith at this point. Pride also floating on power, but not enough requisition for him. He lost a big chunk of his army, including the big mech. Very painful. Well, I've basically made my way back into this game, took the third strategic point, built the big generator. If you allow Necron to do that, it's very difficult to defeat them.
shooting us?
A Necron with a big generator up is a nightmare.
We're under attack.
Still not enough anti-vehicle from Pride. These two tank buster squads not effective. And I move towards the top left side of the map. I feel like I can defend at home with the destroyers alone and the flayed ones. Pride says GG. Nothing on this side to stop my march of Necron warriors, and so I take game 1. In the end I was tier 3. Making the second global upgrade, and soon after going for a tier 4, and Relic was captured. While Pride was still tier 2. Yeah, a lot of investment in infantry from Pride. Shoot-up boys early game, a lot of shoot-up boys killed thanks to the chronometron in this game. It worked much better than I expected on Fallen City, thanks to those narrow paths. And probably Pride didn't expect this playstyle. I don't know, he wasn't prepared. He kept getting stuck into chronometron over and over again, losing too much infantry, and eventually staying behind in tech wins me this first game in the best of 5. So I have 1 victory, since Pride moves from the losers bracket by default, and this is the second one. I only need to win 1 more game for winning this tournament. Next game on Shrine of Excellion, I am allowed to play Imperial Guard, my third race after Orks. I guess it will be terrible in here. Orks on this map are a nightmare. They can outmass Imperial Guard, I guess, way too easily. In the top side of the map, Pride with Orks once again.
Green is best.
I'm getting only 2 squads of guardsmen, an infantry command, a generator. 2 squads of guardsmen probably not enough for Shrine of Excellion. Looks terrible now that I watch this replay. I am not sure if this is an acceptable opening as Imperial Guard here.
Oh, hey, boss.
Problem with that opening: when the Orc horde will knock on your door, the guardsmen will still be busy capturing strategic points.
It now belongs to the Orks.
As you wish, so shall it be done.
Got the outer position on the right, and sending my command squad on harass from on the left, and Commissar from the right. I wanted to scout, I guess, with the Commissar, see if there's any Orc threat incoming to my base. No such thing, the Orcs are on the left.
We've won. The board enemy's here. Get the fight started. I got the good bits for this fight.
The big mech jumps in.
Jobs are good and boss.
I'm not doing anything.
Pride upgrading his outer LP2s before he even builds the LP1s. Now that's a defensive move in this case. But is it a good idea? Yeah, might be. I will not stay in here and take this down. He will also repair that. Okay, I've got all of my points now. But still not enough units to fight. I need 1 more squad of guardsmen at least. I am badly outnumbered here, bringing a squad of guardsmen into the fight and attaching the commissar to that squad. Pride will fight it in close combat and will win it easily. I will need to retreat. General low on HP, some terrible micro. I had to tie up the shoot-up boy squad all the time. Got an LP2 here, will manage to defend at least. Upgrading another one on the right. And this is what I see. Well, if you take and hold 5 strategic points in this matchup, it's still not bad. In tier 2 with the global upgrades, your economy might get even better than the Orks economy. If you have less points, something specific to Imperial Guard global upgrades, they get more bonuses from them. Not a big discrepancy on economy, 110 to 10 for Pride, 92 to 30 for me. I need that power to click on tier 2. I will not play through tactical control, it seems, and probably a mistake. I am going heavy economy boom, I see. Something I wouldn't do nowadays, I guess.
What? Yeah. It now belongs to the Orks. What is it?
Look out! Here they come!
Tier 2 now on the way for me. Still risky for me to get out on the map without any upgrades on the guardsmen. I am trying to show some aggression, but I cannot fool Pride. He will get in here and fight me. Fights that command squad in the back while I try to take down that LP1. Oh god, I didn't even have a priest attached to the command squad. Looks like I lost it, and after that I added the Psyker. Terrible decision. Command squad almost dead. He probably will die. Yeah, gets focused now by the shoot-up boys. Terrible fight for me. Should have stayed in the base. Got surrounded now by the green skins and will almost lost a squad of guardsmen, and I also lost my command squad. This is what you should be afraid of on maps like this. A good timing push from Warkl can deal devastating damage if you are not prepared. So instead of upgrading economy like stupid, like I did in this game, it's better to click on tier 2 faster, and then during the transition try and upgrade some points if you can afford them, of course, or get tactical control up faster and fight those Orks with the grenade launchers.
5 minutes until take and hold
I am tier
victory.
2 and I placed my mechanized command. Pride is not far behind on tech, only one more banner needed for him to hit tier 2. I'm trying desperately to hold the Ork attack, still don't have enough firepower to stop these greenskins. Got a priest out which can fight the shoot-up boys in close combat. Well, if he manages to reach the shoot-up boys, a Chimera got out. And Pride in a bit of a trouble here, does not have anti-vehicle to deal with the Chimera. Not enough anti-vehicle yet, however he can get it out now if he wishes, he's got enough.
Take and hold victory.
Orders a squad of tank busters, stuns my Chimera, and I keep suffering, locked in my base without infantry. without upgrades, with just 2 chimeras. I guess if Alex jumps in with a suggestion, some feedback, what could have been done better, it will be great. What I think my mistake was is those tier 1 LP2s, they held me back for too long. I mean, I was not able to fight the Orks. Pride easily now outmasses me, outnumbers me, and keeps pushing. Good unit combination against Imperial guards. 2 shooter boy squads, 2 slugger boy squads, 2 tank busters. Can go tier 3 now or make the knobs. Anything would work. I got a Basilisk scout. A good artillery unit, but it's too late at this point. Big mech jumps right into it. The enemy can see where the damage dealing units are located, even if they are covered by the fog of war. When they deal the damage, they get revealed. So he knew where to jump to stun that Basilisk.
2 minutes until take and hold victory.
Crazy one-sided gaming here. Pride destroyed me, destroyed my Imperial guards. I am not sure what I could have done better besides those LP2s. Maybe playing through tactical control, fast 3 guardsmen and tactical control without infantry and without the command squad. Felt like the command squad didn't do anything in this game, honestly. So even that might be better. And once again, very good play here from Pride. Nothing left for me but to say GG and move to the next game. Good game and well played. Solid game from the Warkl. I will not say he won just because I played bad. Yeah, he won because he deserved it, he played better. And even if I would have played better, I'd probably still lose in the end anyway. I was not so experienced with Imperial guards. So yeah. Kinda one-sided. 1v1 here. Pride back into this best of 5. Now the score is 2-1. No easy victory for me. Next map on Fata Morga, my map pick. Finally, I'm playing Orks on this map. I mean playing against the Orks. Yeah, I also played versus Warkl earlier in the tournament on this map. Wasn't so bad, so why not try it again? Placing 4 generators for the start, getting full scarab limit, and then 2 squads of Necron warriors. The most basic opening you can get on Necrons. Hi Zorg, you are late to the party. Suga has been kicked from the tournament by Pride and Warkl. The 5th generator got placed. And what do we have from Pride? The same old build over and over again. He will not change it for anything else.
Job's a good one, boss. What now? It now belongs to the Orks.
First squad of Necron warriors out. A turret being placed on the high ground, probably a bit further away than it should have been. Can be placed a bit closer, but that will be fine as well. Pride focusing on map control, knowing my play style, he probably expects economy boom from me on this map. Although, as you saw throughout the tournament, I kept changing builds from game to game, so not as predictable as people think. Seven generators placed. I will not get out of the base yet, no need. If the work cannot get my points, I don't need to get out, really.
They shooting us.
Hello?
Pride took control of my relic already. My bad, I did not scout with the scarabs and decap that. Pushes in with a big mech and a squad of shooter boys, does not want me to get this point of mine. Angry orc. And got a second squad of boys out, second shooter boy squad that will get in my base. Nice disruption on the mech. Oh, he failed to decap the point. Somehow I managed to survive with that scarab, and somehow he lost half HP on the big mech. Yeah, he traded a lot of HP in exchange for those scarabs with his big mech. Both Necron warrior squads still up and running. Going for plus 90 economy, the greater summoning core gets finished, and I guess I will go tier 2 after I order a squad of flayed ones. Pylo guns placed here for Pride. Finishes it up, goes for the 45 population banner. Probably wants fast blastier. That would work perfectly against Necron warrior mass, but I will not transition into Necron warrior mass. As expected, I would only produce a squad of flayed ones and go tier 2. In tier 2 I can fight shooter boys more easily with wraiths. I don't need Necron warriors. Pride keeps pushing. He does not like what he sees. He knows I'm doing something cheesy in there. Huge economy boom, fast tier 2, whatever. And he does not like it. He keeps pushing deeper. I got my LP2 upgraded, but won't be enough to stop the greenskins. Not until I get my wraiths out. Jumping in with that Necron Lord finally. I do not waste resources for the Forbidden Archive. We'll save everything for either the Greater Summoning Core or for the global upgrade. Losing a ton of HP on this Necron Lords looks very ugly, and I will lose the Lords. Terrible miscontrol. Had to push back the Orks somehow from my base. And I even go for a global upgrade on power. A huge risk I take here. Now looks like I don't have anything. Getting a Wraith out and a Wraith flight. Right. So I will have 2 squads to tie up. 2 shooter boy squads. The Wraith and the flayed ones. Not everything is lost yet. In the meantime, Pride builds the tier 2 banner and the second generator.
6 minutes until taking hold victory.
I will force him to micro a bit. Yeah, a Wraith alone can be very annoying. In this case, for Orks, they don't have the Nob leaders to fight the Wraiths. Don't have the Claw to deal the damage. So I will keep myself into this game for a bit longer. Big Mech dealing some damage, stealing my economy basically. Forces me to repair this obelisk. Full map control from Pride, 116 to 20. Looks like I've decapped one of his critical locations. Built the Forbidden Archive in front, so it would tank 3000 damage. Finally, the Necron Lord is back to the battlefield. Now with the artifacts, he will survive for much longer and win me precious time. Time I need to stay into this game. Trying to save those flayed ones, teleport them back, as well as jump back with the Necron Lord. Cannot fight so many ranged squads with Necron Lord alone. And Pride now brought the Nobs in here, and looks like he wants to finish me. Oh, look at the float though, he's floating a lot and he's got a full limit. He has to get rid of the floats ASAP. Not sure what he builds in there. More banners. Yeah, he places 2 more banners. And during that time he lost the big mech. I killed his big mech with my upgraded turret. And I don't have anything. I guess I need destroyers ASAP. Don't have enough yet. Finishing my other turret here. And not sure why Pride switched focus from the flayed ones into the turret. He should have finished off this squad of flayed ones. A minor mistake in there. Plays to my advantage. 2 squad of flayed ones now. Full HP Necron Lord and a destroyer incoming. Still looks ugly for me. Still locked in the base. Not enough infantry, not enough firepower to fight back the Orks. He can hold his portion of the map just fine. No threat from me, except he's lost the big mech. Without the big mech, life gets more difficult for greenskins, just like for Necrons without the Necron Lord. Getting out with the Lords and Destroyer, scouting what he's doing there. Look at this map control, 116 to 40 now for Orks. Good economy, my economy is not worse, equivalent economy I'd say for now. Finally I decide to go out. Cast that solar pulse and Pride with just 1 squad of tank busters won't manage to deal with the destroyers. I killed the tank buster squad first, focused them. My scarabs always dying. I guess I was trying to decap the critical locations and kept losing scarabs. And when you lose scarabs as a Necron player, you start floating. Huge float. We'll have enough for tier 3 and a second monolith soon. Also huge floats from Pride, but yeah, both of us floating in the finals, both of us exhausted. Orks still outnumbering me 5-1 and more. Pride keeps massing up those tank busters. He does not believe in mech shop. Something stops him from building that mech shop. And getting more vehicles in here. I have a hard time capturing my own strategic points and holding them. Had a very bad early to mid game, and only now with the coming of the destroyers and wraiths I'm able to somewhat hold my captured positions. My third destroyer out now, and I was forced to build this turret here, otherwise the Orks wouldn't let me get this point. Still more than enough green skins to deal with what I've got in there. And Pride now has enough to go tier 3, yeah, that's why he was floating, saved for tier 3 now in the end. I placed my second monolith. I also have enough for tier 3, but I cannot risk going tier 3 yet. I need the production in the monolith to keep producing and fighting against his push. It's too late for me to start massing infantry, so I only use destroyers and wraiths. And now with the second monolith up, maybe I need to produce some flayed ones as well. That won't hurt for sure. Pride with a lot of units still. 3 squads of shoot-up boys, he kept them alive throughout the entire game. I had nothing to kill them. And now 3 squads of tank busters, a squad of nobs with a big mech very low HP however. Should be careful with that. Tier 3 almost up for Prides and a global upgrade for Requisition. I clicked tier 3 button finally. Jump into his infantry once again when I get the solar pulse reloaded. Very difficult for me to engage without the solar pulse. And 2 wraiths manages to destroy a squad of tank busters. Got 2 turrets in here. Finally sitting on more strategic points. Well, I got this one and lost this one, and have to capture the right hand side point again. And from Pride, tier 3 upgrades incoming. I somehow managed to hold him back all this time, not sure how, but I did it. And I hit tier 3 finally. Now the biggest threat to me is this take and hold countdown. Pride will be distracted in this fight, it seems. He takes down my turret, focuses the destroyers. I'm getting another wraith and the pariahs afterwards. And from the second monolith, another wraith and another destroyer. Yeah, the solar pulse and the phase shift won me a lot of time, kept me alive into this game. And I will manage to also cancel the take and hold from Pride. thanks to the wraiths. Yeah, I did not have a lot of wraiths around here. They are running across the map to decap the critical locations. They are too busy. Bringing more destroyers and more wraiths. Now with this combination of wraiths and destroyers coming endlessly at you is a big pain even for orcs. And with the support from the Necron Lord, pariahs, if you don't have the vehicles, it's very difficult to stop that. The Necron Lord alone will keep the flesh gates busy, they won't be able to deal any ranged damage. And from 2 monoliths I will bring more and more wraiths, more and more destroyers. And finally be able to push back the orc an inch further from my base. We've been fighting in here for ages. Look how many dead bodies on the ground. Oh boy. Pushing in again, Pride has big problems with anti-vehicle. Lost all of his tank busters. Without war tracks, can't really deal with those destroyers. And even more so with the tomb spiders, you really do need war tracks against that. War tank busters inside a war truck, still you need vehicles. Otherwise, Necron Lord and Wraiths will tie them up all the time. And now my turn to counter-attack and destroy Pride's base. 161 income, relic under control, and tier 4 up. Now I have enough for the monolith. Have to wait for those scarabs to get out first, avoiding the bugs. Keeping the pushing here into the work base. My monolith halfway done. And all that's left from Pride is flash gates. They would have been great against Necron Warrior Mass, no doubt. But against Destroyers and Wraiths, you do not do flash gates. You need knobs, you need Warbots, you need Storm Boys. And vehicles, of course. Monolith up now, getting teleported. Fighting for too long now under the firepower of all these orc buildings, also not good for me. I might retreat eventually. That the flash gates been shooting at me for a while. And I managed to almost took down his barracks. Was not mandatory to take it down. Still a good try. 85 income to 48 for Pride. No float anymore. 155 income from me. Keep marching into this orc base. And getting the Catan God research. Heavy destroyer, yeah, got out. Lovely unit. Much better to mass up heavy destroyers than usual destroyers. You get both extremely high damage to buildings, vehicles, and even infantry. GG gets called by Pride, and so I managed to win this best of 5. This was the last game for today. So almost 7 hours long stream. A 2-1 score in these 3 games for me, and the default 1 victory point, because pride comes from the loser's bracket, wins me this best of 5, and we end the tournament with this game. Was not bad, pretty intense even, I'd say. The finals. And yeah, I managed to win this tournament. Not easy matchups for me, not easy opponents. With some luck, winnable, even with Necrons. Alright guys, that's it for today. I'm exhausted, my voice is exhausted. Thank you all for tuning in. Let me know your feedback below the video. The stream will be available on the channel right after it ends. So if you would like more such streams in this format, let me know. I will try to bring more of these. One Warhammer 40k veteran included also. And yeah, that's basically it for today. Thank you once again for watching, for the chat. It was fun. I hope you enjoyed it. Take care, and I will see you next time.